Dear brothers and sisters, thank you for joining us today for the English volunteer trainings. Before we begin, a gentle reminder to all brothers and sisters.
फोन पे
Rename,
क्या दूसरे जी आए पेटीएम
renames your displaced name with the abbreviations of your home countries followed by your registered name. And be sure to mute your mics when the presenters are sharing. Thank you. Dear brothers and sisters, thank you for joining us today for the English volunteer trainings. Before we begin, a gentle reminder to all brothers and sisters.
फोन पे
Rename,
क्या दूसरे जी आए पेटीएम
rename Dear brothers and sisters, thank you for joining us today for the English volunteer training. Before we begin, a gentle reminder to all the brothers and sisters to rename your displaced name with the abbreviations of your home countries followed by your registered name. And be sure to mute your mic when presenters are shared. Thank you. Honorable Dharma Masters, our brothers and sisters across the globe, it is my pleasure to welcome all of you to participate in today's Shichi's English volunteer training. My name is Pei Ching and from Shichi, Singapore. I shall be your MC for today's training. We shall now commence our fourth Shichi's English volunteer training in year 2022. May I invite everyone, please rise and put your palms together to pay homage to Buddhas. For those who come from a different religion's background, you may pay respect to your higher order according to your own religion's faith. First bound, second bound, and third bound. Next, we will be singing Shichi's anthem.
For those who are suffering, we love to serve them, no matter where. Feeling for those who are suffering, we can never serve and never love them. Send to all the world, and searching experiences to deflection is to searching experiences to deflection is to
We shall now reciting Shichi's 10 precepts.
1. No killing. 2. No stealing. 3. No sexual misconduct. 4. No lying. 5. No drinking. 6. No smoking, using narcotics, or chewing betel nuts. 7. No gambling or speculation. 8. Practice filial piety and develop pleasant manners in speech. 9. Abide by traffic laws. 10. No participation in political events or demonstrations.
Followed by Tzu Chi's vow.
Tzu Chi's mission statement. The Buddhist Tzu Chi Foundation carries on the Buddha spirit of great unconditional loving kindness and great universal compassion, and adheres to Venerable Master Ying Sun's noble aspiration for Buddha's teachings Tzu Chi's mission statement. The Buddhist Tzu Chi Foundation carries on the Buddha spirit of great unconditional loving kindness and great universal compassion, and adheres to Venerable Master Ying Sun's noble aspiration for Buddha's teachings for sentient beings, to undertake the work of helping the poor and educating the wealthy. Therefore, our ideal is to cultivate loving kindness, compassion, joy, and equanimity as we take action to save those in pain and suffering. We bring joy and relieve suffering, establishing a fresh and pure world of Tzu Chi. Our method is to nurture a wisdom that perfectly melds principles and practices as we actively invite good people of the world to cultivate this field of blessings together. By diligently planting countless heart lotuses, together we will create a society of love. Our task is to unify the four major missions of charity, medicine, education, and humanistic culture. Our spirit is one of sincerity, integrity, faith, and steadfastness. We deeply believe that all sentient beings are equal and that every person possesses Buddha nature. As long as we can enter through the door of compassion, we can get a glimpse of the majesty and beauty of the Buddha's teachings. As long as we can enter through the door of charity, those who give can attain blessings and be joyful, while those who receive can be saved and find peace. Life is impermanent. Our lives slip away with each passing day. We must take advantage of this precious life to plant good seeds and reap good fruits. Then we can avoid the regret of entering a mountain full of treasures but leaving empty-handed. Tzu Chi commissioners come together with wisdom and support each other with love. With these extraordinary causes and conditions, we join hands and take great strides on the Bodhisattva path. Because Tzu Chi commissioners all accept the Buddha's heart as their own heart, when one eye sees, thousands of eyes can see. Because we accept our teacher's mission as our mission, when one hand moves, 1,000 hands move. When we hear the cries of others in suffering, we immediately go to their aid and relieve them of their difficulties. This is no different from the 1,000 eyes and hands of Guanyin Bodhisattva. The same moon is universally reflected in the water of 1,000 rivers. The water of 1,000 rivers captures a single moon. The Buddha views all sentient beings with compassionate eyes, and the Dharma rain of his teachings fall on all universally, so that all can flourish. How compassionate, how wise. We, who are Tzu Chi commissioners, should practice the Tzu Chi path of goodness with right faith and right mindfulness. Through personal participation, we realize the truth of birth, aging, illness, and death, as well as formation, existence, decay, and disappearance. Through the planning and effort of many, we create Tzu Chi's enduring missions, which will be passed down and praised for generations. We will leave ourselves with beautiful memories, and our descendants will be proud of what we have done. To know what you have done in your previous lives, look at what you receive in this life. To know what will happen to you in a future life, look at what you do in this life. Human existence is difficult to attain, but we have already attained it. On the Bodhisattva path, we must be courageous and diligent so that love can fill our society. Then there will be a virtuous circle of goodness in the world. This is what it means to be a disciple of the Buddha's teachings, who cultivates both blessings and wisdom with right faith and right mindfulness. May these writings be used for all Tzu Chi volunteers to encourage each other.
Hello and good days to all our brothers and sisters. Now, may I invite all the brothers and sisters, please turn on your videos for photo taking. And I reminder for all brothers and sisters, please turn on your video for photo taking. Thank you. Hello, thank you and once again. Welcome to our today's Tzu Chi's volunteer trainings. For our theme for today's training is spreading compassion and wisdom through the missions of medicines and educations. And it is indeed that the greatest suffering in life stands for illnesses, which often cause many families to fall into poverty. Seeing the strong associations between illnesses and poverty, Master Cheng Yen aspired to establish the Tzu Chi's missions of medicines with the goals to provide a patient-centered medical care with a strong emphasis in respecting life and the dignities of the even poor of the poorest. We are very fortunate today to have Dharma Master De Yuan from Jingsi Abode to share with us on the spirit and origins of the medical missions. May I invite all the brothers and sisters, please rise and put our palms together to welcome Dharma Master De Yuan.
Dear all, a very good afternoon, good evening, and also good morning to every one of you. I see a lot of familiar face, and I was so happy today. And also today, what I'm trying to share with you is on the spirit and origins of the medical mission. So over here, as we can see for today, title we will take on the medicine itself. So we know that in Tzu Chi we have 4 missions. There's charity, medicine, education, and humanistic culture. But today we will focus only on medicine. And as everyone, I'm not too sure whether you know or not about in Taiwan, we total have 7 hospitals, Tzu Chi Hospital, and it was located at eastern part of Taiwan and also western part of Taiwan and also northern part of Taiwan. And maybe I would like to share with you, as we all know that we started from charity, and while carrying out charity work, to alleviate poverty. And our Shangren discovered that the vicious cycle of poverty originating from illness and the illness originating from poverty. So Shangren felt that the dignity of life should be equal. So she established the Tzu medical system based on the continuation of Buddhist spirit of compassion. So over here, you can see that during the charity work of visiting the poor, Shangren often saw the misery of the poor. Hence, in 1972, the Tzu Merit Society affiliated medical clinic for the poor was established at Ren Ai Street, Hualien City, which was beginning of Tzu's medical course to help families who were poor, sick, and elderly, as well as orphan. And until December of the year, that is 1986, that Hualien Tzu Hospital opened, the mission of this clinic came to an end. But anyway, it has served for over 14 years and benefited more than 140,000 patients. So as you can see that this one as grains of rice fill out a basket. So a little bit we can form also a river as well. And over here, as you can see that Shangren realized that from over 10 years of experience in relief effort that the cause of poverty is very often has come from the result of illness. So with the medical mission on track, Shangren made a vow to build a hospital in the remote eastern part of Taiwan. So the eastern seaboard of Taiwan lacked medical facilities, and Shangren wanted to build a hospital that would provide much needed service for the local population. So her mission was to provide patient-oriented medicine with respect for life. He wanted to raise the medical standards in the eastern part of Taiwan. So when Shangren announced her grand vision to build a hospital, she met vehement opposition from almost everyone. But only one commissioner, that's Miss Lim, openly seconded master ideals. So as you can see that people with ideas should walk steadfastly and resolutely, not forcefully towards their goal. They will reach it eventually. So think about that. If at that moment, Dharma Master Cheng Yen had taken her disciples advice and gave out on this vision, then Tzu today might still be a small religious charity group in Hualien. Anyway, was it easy to build a hospital? In order to establish a hospital, it requires a lot of things to be done. So this arising from the spirit of the compassionate Buddhism, planning work for the new hospital began in 1979. And this project overcame many difficulties and obstacles. So a slogan was designed to awaken the compassion of kind-hearted people, calling upon them to join with the tens of thousands of other people to build the world of Tzu together. Eventually, the collected force of love from many paved the way to success. Of course, to establish a hospital, it requires funding, suitable land, construction work, doctors and nurses, and also the facility as well. So from a very small thing like a needle until a big building, all these are required in an hospital. So consider the funding. After the news about the Tzu plan to build a hospital, and its fundraising effort was published in media reports and in the Foundation Monthly magazine as well. which was written by a commissioner and distributed through local officials. Many good-hearted people responded. However, at that moment, it was required total about 20 million US dollar at that time. So anyway, it has been, of course, very difficult how to get the money. And also, we have received one Japanese would like to donate 200 million US dollar at that moment. Anyway, our master think about that and why this Japanese would like to offer this donation, because this Japanese was a Buddhist and he would like to brought up, and he has brought up in Hualien, and he wanted to do something for Taiwan and help Tzu Chi to reach its goal. And the commissioner was excited by this large donation. Anyway, Shangren say, obviously, 200 million is very tempting, but we will have to decline. The commissioner were dumbfounded. Why, they asked. And Shangren calmly gave them 3 reasons. First, given by Taiwanese prosperous economy at that moment, the citizens should be able to build a hospital with their own resources. She hoped the Taiwanese people could cultivate this field of blessing and then enjoy the result once it was completed. Second, major investors must expect to have the final say in policy making with respect to business operation, and concentrating operational control in the hand of a few people run counter to master origin ideal. So the master felt that to avoid any future conflict between major donors and Tzu Chi in running the hospital, it would be the best to decline such last offer. The last and the most important reason was that the master would like to set out the hospital through the united effort and love of many people and ensure it to be a hospital for everyone. So as you can see over here, so the merit should be able to cultivate by all, and the seeds of blessing are to be planted by all. So just now, I repeat again, there is the grain of rice fill out a basket and droplets of water from a river. So this is very important idea that we would like to implant at everyone. And how about suitable land? It's not easy, but finally we get one. And then at that moment, on the 5th of February 1983, we have the first groundbreaking ceremony. Anyway, after the groundbreaking come a shocking news that the military wanted to reclaim the land and contract it as an air base. So, as you can see at that moment, Shangren was very upset. And an interior minister came, that is Mr. Lim Yang Kang, called and comforted Master. And he was saying that, Master, maybe the Bodhisattvas are not pleased with the piece of land, and maybe they are testing your faith. As long as you are persistent and determined, I am sure the Bodhisattva will help you find a better piece of land. So, of course, finally we got also the second land, that is where our hospital located right now. So on the 24th of April 1984, so we have a second groundbreaking ceremony. And on the 17th August 1986, this Buddhist Tzu Chi General Hospital was opened in Hualien. And this was the beginning of major milestone for the Tzu Chi medical mission. So over here, as you can see that these are the the 7 hospital total up in the Taiwan. So in Hualien, Yuli, Guanshan, Daling, Xingdian, and Taichung, and also the Touliu. The DND over there is Daling and Touliu Hospital. Okay. But the most important thing is in the medical mission. So we would like to have a patient-oriented medical care with respect for all life. And our core spirit is internally cultivating sincerity, integrity, faith, and steadfastness. Externally practicing loving kindness, compassion, joy, and equanimity. And our vision is to care for humankind and the earth, and to establish an internationally recognized system that provides the most professional and humanistic medical care. And for the method, how we can do is with gratitude, respect, and love. We must work in unity, harmony, mutual care, and concerted effort, and discipline ourselves by following precepts and manage others with love. And our goal is to safeguard life, safeguard health, and safeguard love. So as you can see, times was fly very fast. So these are my sharing regarding Tzu Chi medical mission. And may today online course and sharing enrich your Bodhisattva path and life journey. 感恩.
May I invite everyone, please raise and put our palms together to Kan'en Dhamma Master Thurian for the comprehensive introductions and the spirit of the missions of medicine. Please be seated. In 2020, the outbreak of civil war had resulted in a massive influx of the refugees to the neighboring countries. Apart from delivering the daily necessities to the Tzu Chi volunteers in Jordan, in the refugees, the Jordans had witnessed the importance of providing medical care to the refugees. And joining us today is Sister Lemeyers, who have worked earnestly together with the headquarters in Jordan for providing the medical services to the local as well as the refugees. Without a further ado, let us welcome Sister Lemeyers. Over to you, Sister.
Okay, thank you, the Master, and all the brothers and sisters in all over the world. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. My name is Lamia. I'm working in the Tzu Chi branch in Jordan. Today, I'd like to introduce you about how Tzu Chi doing the medical care missions in Jordan. So let's start the presentation. Okay. This is our outlines about how I'm going to share with you about the Jordan medical care experience. Okay. First, I'd like to introduce you about how Tzu Chi start medical missions in Jordan. We start in 2012 in Ramsa area. It's near the Syrian border. At that time, because the Syrian war, so many refugees, they fled into Jordan. So at the beginning, we support about 30 moms delivery surgeries each month. We continue for 5 months. After that, Tzu Chi TMA teams, they came from Taiwan in 2014 and 15 also, and 16, also 18 and 19. They came as dentist teams mostly, and also combined with other doctors, specialists. But for example, this is some cases we have from the Zaatari refugee camps. At that time, they have so many children. Since 2015, the UN, they cut the budgets for medical care. So many children, they need the necessary and urgent surgeries, but they cannot have it. This is one of the babies we helped that time. And they grow up healthily. So before 2 weeks ago, when we have the Jordan 25th anniversary, we invite them to our office, and we are so happy that them can see our master face to face and to say their thank you. So I'm going to use some short videos to show you about what is the story going on. We have the medical day in 22nd July this year. We met one of the patient's mother because have been 7 years we didn't see them, and the mom was so happy to see us. So this is our sister, a senior commissioner, Sister Abir. He said it's in 2016, the TIMA Taiwan team came to Jordan. And they also entered the Zaatari camp, which is a refugee camp that time. That time the situation is very poor because not too much medical care and because lack of funds. So when they know the TIMA Taiwan came to Jordan, they have every day a lot of people come online and waiting to hope they can receive the help. They have many different diseases that time, mostly from genetic because they get used to marry from relatives. So yeah, for example, like this baby, okay. This one, we bring them to Amman to hospital for the child surgeon specialist, and each one of the baby, they have to go through 2 or 3 times the surgery to be normal. Okay, let's continue about the PPT. So during that time that we have cured about 25 children, and they have many strange disease like the inflamed annulus and hermophasaurus and hernias. So how I like to explain to you how the patients in need reach us. After 2020 March, then the corona, the pandemic started, so it affects the international traveling. TINA group is not able to come to Jordan, but still we arrange with the local doctors. Each 6 months, we have a team of the doctor. We go to the very poor area, like the Mafraq area, because it's mostly the refugee camps. And also Ain Basha area, which is in Amman, but the most residency there are very poor people. We will provide the free checkups and free medicines. And if they need further treatment for surgery and examinations or lab works, also we can provide them. The second source that we will get the report from our Syrian doctor team. We have a cooperated hospital. Its name is Bayadir Hospital. Our doctor have clinics there, and most of the patients can come to them and pay very few fees for checkup. If they need urgent help and they are really in need people, our doctor will report to us. Then we have to do very good case study to accept it or not. Also, we have also 1,700 families already in our charity account list. When they are in need, then we can help them. So far, the healthcare, we focus on the Syrians or refugees, the non-Jordanians, because the Jordanian, they can visit the government doctors. And also the Jordanian, they can get the insurance or the help from the Jordanian government. But for the foreigners, they cannot. That's why, because in following the Tzu Chi spirit, respect life, we have to help them. For example, the following photos, they are the medical day we did in Mafraq, in Amman. And how is our principle to accept the patient or not? Because we focus on children who is under 18 years old, we can help up to 100% of surgery charge and medicine. Because the children is very important. They have the future and they need to study so later they can work. For the patients who the age is between 18 to 40 years old, we can help them up to 50% because during this age, they suppose already working or they have the family support. For the patients, the age over 40 years old, because we think we should that their family also carry the responsibility, not totally depend on other people or through the responsible bond to others. So we can help up to 25%. But still, there are some exceptions. Because all the cases come to us, we have the employees to get the full information from them. Through the interviews, through the telephone interviews, we need to know the name, age, nationalities, what they are working, what is their monthly incomes, which area they are living, and how many family members. Because we need to know every details, then we can make the good report and we will report it to Brother Chen, our CEO. So he will guide us that how much we can help, and then to understand the family situation. Later on, we also do the home visit to understand what else help they still need. For in each individual case, we must take complete consideration because each person has a family, and we have to use our compassion with the wisdom to evaluate. Because when we plant one seed of the goodness, it can grow to infinity goodness. Then continue, I like to share with you about another medical cases we had.
曾经是个清秀的小男孩，欧萨马在2011年叙利亚战争发生时。
This boy we saw in the photo, this is a Syrian refugee. Since he was 6 years old, he started have the colon diseases, which make him cannot go to school, cannot eat, cannot sleep, cannot walk. He reached to us in 2019, in June. At that time, he's already 14 years old, but his weight is 17 kg. Because the refugee, they are very poor and they really need help. And his family, his father and mother are very old, cannot work.
在2011年叙利亚战争发生时，得了一种怪病，没人能医治。
He has a serious problem in his abdomen. He can't eat. He is very weak. The disease called Crohn's disease. The problem has arrived in his back. In his back, there is a stool coming from his back, from here. If we let him go back to the home, I think infection will go to his blood, and he may lose his.
克隆氏症是一种发炎的疾病，好发于肠胃和肛门。发病原因多半跟遗传或是环境有关系，需要长期治疗。
عند الطفل أسامة مريض من 6/2011 أسامة
1个月后，欧萨玛已经可以扶着病床站起来了。
结果他跟母安娜打电话给我说：“你得症你赶快过来。”我说：“他已经没有。”他说：“不行，有个很大问题要节点，就是那时候呢要打1个月。”
So at the beginning, we make him the surgery, but after that 1 month, he finally can start to walk. But he need the IVIG, which is a very expensive medicine here. He need 3 injections each month.
他打3针，一针呢是400个结体。
这种人体免疫球蛋白注射液，针就要台币17000元。慈济约旦分会执行长陈秋华只好再度跨海求援。这一次，慈济人医会药师王志明再次慷慨解囊。
And we have to thank one of our brother, Dr. Wang from Taiwan. The brother Wang, he donated the injection to Jordan to help this baby.
上的，因为天华师兄，我们有可能累世跟他有这样的因缘，然后我们可以跟他结这个好缘，抱一下，谢谢。
一个孩子的未来终于在此时露出曙光。这天，在约旦首都安曼的阿贝亚德医院传出了令人振奋的消息。
I saw him moving yesterday. It was amazing for me. So I think that we do something better to help this baby. For the coach, everybody help that baby.
Recording in progress.
Yes.
Recording stopped.
And this is very good. Now, I feel that I want to cry, and something was on my face.
Thank you. And yesterday, when I saw him walking, anyway, I don't do anything. Simply, I told Dr. Mohammed, I take this patient only. I feel very happy because I can help only simple words. Thank you, Juji. Thank you, our master. Thank you, everybody. Help Osama and support him. Thank you very much.
حاجة أسامة أنت مبسوط؟ الحمد لله。
那个满脸愁容、痛苦的躺在病床上哀嚎的叙利亚男孩已经不见了。在慈济接受关怀的3年里，欧萨玛的人生逐渐翻转。因为健康因素无法入学，慈济为他请了家教。
أجمل الوجوه هي الوجوه المبتسمة。
2019年时，骨瘦如柴的他只有17公斤，如今已经长到30公斤。
Yes, as you can see that it's very amazing that Osama, he can start playing, dancing. He start dancing, playing sports, and also playing football. He's living a regular life, but the only shortage is that because he never one day went to the regular school. So we have also our scholarship students who help him to go to his home and to teach him Jingsi, our wisdom from our master, and also teach him how to read and write. Now he's 17 years old and he's in good health and his weight is becomes 30 kg. So we are so happy about this result. This was in Amman at the beginning 2019 when we start to see him, and this is now. It's in this month that we visit his family. Also, I want to share with you with something that he went with us 10 days ago as a volunteer to a poor area in Mafraq as a volunteer. You know, as our master teaching, we have to realize the blessing, and we have cherish the blessing, and we have to create it more blessing. So we are so happy that we not only save his life and he's in good conditions, we hope to develop his compassion and wisdom. That's why we took him out with us as volunteers to see other poor children and make them happy. This is another case. The man in the photo, his name is Ahmad, and unfortunately, last year in January, he passed away because brain cancer. This also one of our long-term care cats that in 2018, when we just know him, that time he has 5 children, but he have also the brain cancer. That's why we help part of the surgery cost. But after that, he was begging our branch that to say that if we can continue support about the chemotherapy, because he said that my children is still so small. I wish they can remember me even when they grow up and I already passed away. So I think whoever have a heart to hear this kind of begging will not reject him, because it's very difficult. So we continue taking care of them. Each month we have a home visit with them, and especially thanks to Mrs. Chen, our sister Doris. She was so patient, and every month in one morning we will bring breakfast and we will go to visit them, to have breakfast with them, to spend all the morning with them, to see how is the children growing, to see how is husband health, and also the mother. We always encourage her to be strong. Even till now, already the husband passed away for 1.5 years, but we still continue visit them every month. And what kind of the medical care service we provide here in Jordan? Mostly is the surgery. Second is the treatment such as MRI, CT, lab tests, or medical shoes for glove foot babies. Also, we have provide the medicines, whether it's the short term or it's the long term. We have 2 diabetes babies. They need the injection and they need the tester refill. And I like to explain to you what is the special for Tzu Chi's medical care. Because we care our patients and treat them with love and respect. And we also become their family and friends. Like we regularly home visit. So they really they trust us very much. And any problem they have, they will call us and to asking for help or something. Sometimes to listen to them, maybe it's not because material support, but it's very important. It's the emotional support. Because we can give them the feeling that they are not alone, and still some people is really care for them and will help them. Especially for the long-term patients, we provide some of them the monthly family support, because Master Zheng Yan said that some people, they become sick because they are poor. And some people, they become poor when they get sick. And here is another story I like to share with you.
Yeah.
This baby we have been taking care of 4 years. She has the growing hormone shortage. So when she was 8 years old, the school teacher told her mother that she doesn't have the normal growing. That's why the mother through the doctors and find us.
From Taiwan. He wants to visit you at home to see the giant and to see what he had problems. So he comes to my home and I give him a report of the doctor. So he will see the giant and get him in when she's going to school, her teacher talked to me. She told me, I think Jane is not okay. No, doctor made this. She told me,妈妈是约旦人，爸爸是叙利亚人。卢珍一出生就罹患了地中海型贫血症。
And 2011, when the Syrian war started, her father went to jail. After 2 years, they thought then the mother bring 5 kids and run away to Jordan. But after 2 years, they informed the mother that the husband has been passed away. So for Rujen, during the war, and the mother was worried, and they live in bad conditions. So her nutrient is not so good. That's why she has this hormone, the shortage, the growing hormone, the issue. And because the problem is the growing hormone is very expensive here. So again, our brother Chen went to Taiwan and still look for the help from our brother. So that because all the situation, so we find the help from the Dr. Wang again.
来赞助这个药。这个结也之后呢，他一定要把它。
终于遇见了贵人。
对。
渐渐的，卢珍从2017年的104公分长到2021年的136公分。
To change him. I change him. Yeah.
安心的在微微的睡着了。就像他的话里，娃娃都有一双长腿，卢珍是不是也能顺利长大，奔向未来呢？让我们一起为他集气。
And because for Rujen case, she always drawing the painting the human has a very long leg because she cannot grow up. But it's very good that she's normal size now. So also about the 7 subjects, I like to explain to you that how the Tzu Chi's medical care created miracles like those examples we see by our eyes in Jordan. One of our under training volunteer, brother Abu Ahmad, he taught us. He is a Muslim, but he said that because Tzu Chi's donation is all from the small amount by many people. When everyone carry a pure and clean heart and the good wishes, the small money will become blessings. And these good wishes or prayers in Islam's explanations is the only way to change the fate or destiny. And really, I really thank you for everyone all over the world who is always have a pure and good heart and collecting the small event changes. All this money together, they really created a lot of medical miracles in Jordan. Even some doctors, they cannot believe what we have done. For example, for this boy, he found us last year in Mafraq Medical Day. That time he was 13 years old. He has one bone is broken in the arms 2 years ago, but he doesn't have the money for continue the treatment. So we can see from the X-ray that actually his bone is melt. So in this situation, we need to find him a good doctor for bone transplant. So thank God in March that we bring him to Amman and we start the bone transplant surgery. After that 1 month, he come back for checkup. Then when the doctor removed the gypsum, this boy have unbelievable smiling on his face. He cannot believe. After 2.5 years, he finally can move his fingers. Because the past 2.5 years, he always hide his hand inside the jacket when he went to school. Because other children will laugh at his arm. Also, I have to share with you another example for our medical cases.
肿大的左手臂是努尔痛苦的来源。从帐篷区送。
This girl, her name is Noor. She living in Mafraq in camp area. He has a bone cancer, and actually his arm near the shoulder area is bigger than the basketball. When he reached to us, it's already the last 5 days in her life. Her cancer actually already is spread to all her body, and we try our best to try to help them. Even that time,
接受清创手术，女孩痛苦哀嚎，听在母亲耳里是心碎的声音。
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أنا الدكتور محمد حمزاوي.
At that time, our doctor examined her and tell us that she is very weak and her cancer cannot be cured. But because she is in great pain, so we are hoping that we can at least do something. Then that time we also find a very, very good surgeon from the military hospitals, and the surgery, we do the amputation. That time, actually the situation is become better. After the amputation, she was awake, she can eat, she smile, she talk to her father and mother. But unfortunately, after that 1 hour, she just suddenly passed away.
全力争验，在术后复原时期，却依旧传来不幸的消息。
We have lost Noor this morning at 9 o'clock. Suddenly she has death. Before that, she was very good, but suddenly she has death. Thank you for Jushi team for following and helping and supporting this care. Thank you very much.
I like to explain to you that some cases when they came to us, it's already very late. So that time our goal is to release their pain and suffering. And also the most important, to also help to comfort their family feelings. Because we do our best in humanity as the team mission. that hand over your body to the doctors and hand over your heart to the heaven. For my experience sharing, I like to share with you all that the life is really impermanent. Exactly like our master teaches us. We have only the right to use our life, but we don't have the right to own our life because the life is only between breaths. So in fact, the Noor case, the bone cancer girl, it's my first case when I start to work in Jordan with Tzu Chi. And really, this gave me very big shock because I see a life just disappear in front of me in 5 days. We all know that time her situation is very difficult, but we try our best, but still at the end, we cannot save her life. So it's really, like when the doctor told us, oh, today she's better, we feel so happy. Then maybe afternoon, then the doctor told us, no, her blood is come to only 2. We cannot persist the surgery. So we will feel so worried about her. But at the end, we all wish she went to a better place because we did our best. And after that 1 month, we also visit her mom in the tent area because they are the Syrian refugees. We can see the family, how much they will have the pain and suffering after they lose their family member. But they also understand that Tzu Chi is doing not only the surgeries or medical help. We really care for them. We stand by them like the family, like the brothers and sisters. During seeing so many cases, that so many babies we send away, so many already the last stage people, we comfort their family, we stand by their family. What I feel exactly is actually those cases show me what is the life. Not to I help them or I save them. No, it's in the opposite. Actually, they saved my life. Because after you see the life can disappear so fast and so easy, I feel so grateful for each minute that I'm breathing and I'm still working, and I'm working with a group of excellent, kind-hearted people to help the others, to help the people who are in suffering. Exactly that our master carry a very good and very great vow that we are saving each of the suffering life. So I feel so grateful that in the life, what is the important thing is to be kind with everyone around you and to embrace who mean a lot to you. Life is very short and unpredictable. We have to use very valuable time, even just 1 minute, to do the good thing to the world. And thank you for your listening.
Thank you, Sister Lavinia. It's for wonderful sharing. I guess the stories in Jordan, they're just not just in providing the medical care, but they serve as the families who be there and the companionship that brought a lot of love towards the recipients. And once again, thank you, sisters. And the true happiness is really measured by love and not by one's possessions. And in line with Dhamma Master's teaching, Dhamma Master Cheng Yen's always reminded us that we must seize every opportunity to serve life to many peoples in the suffering world. And today, I would like to bring everyone to the countries of India about the stories of the little Saint Eve. And little Saint Eve was actually abnormalities was noticed by Master Cheng Yen when she saw the third eye footage. And within over the periods of 35 days, with the coordinations in Taiwan's and the Chichi's local volunteers in India's, who sets out the journeys to spread the seeds of goodwill to help Mr. A little boy's named Sandy, and to regain his health and bringing a new beginnings and hope to him. And it's my pleasure to invite Brother Abhishek and Brother Vivek from Chichi's Indians to share with us on how this impossible endeavors to become possible. Over to you, brothers. Hello, Brother Vivek. Can you unmute yourself?
Oh, sorry. Thank you, sister. Thank you, master and sister and brothers from the all over the world. This is the Vivek Kumar from the India, and I'm here sharing my first medical case. Um, Let me sharing the. Okay. So this is the Sandeep case from the Rajgir, Bihar, India. Let me speak about the something about Rajgir. Maybe many people about don't know. Rajgir is the capital of the kingdom of the Magad. And the Magad was the one of the most powerful and largest Mahajanpat in India. There are around mountains in the Rajgir, which one is the Vulture Peak, where Lord Buddha taught Lotus Sutra. This town is also notable in Jain Dharma and Buddhism. The both Mahavira and Buddha taught their beliefs in Rajgir during 5th and 6th century BC, and Buddha offered the forest monastery here in by the king Bimbisara. So, and on the June 10, Sister Chiao Yufan from the Shanghai, China, has introduced his brother Abhishek to the Suchi as a new volunteer from the Rajgir, who can speak Chinese, and he is a tour guide in the local place. And the 2 days later, on the 12th June, when Sister Ziyue saw videos of the Buddha's place to the master, and the master spotted this guy in the video. Then master asked with us, Master, tell us that the hungry ghost that the Buddha described doesn't just live in the hell. We can see suffering ever here on the earth. Seeing this, the little boy master reminded all the volunteers that we should remember how fortunate we are. When we wanted to indulge ourselves, eat in the restaurant, we must think about the little boy and should have simple meal instead. Master unable to forget about this little boy. Master spoke 3 times in a day. On the 14th June, we heard that Master Qingyang wants to help this guy, and but we don't know where he's lived. This small boys. So our the most challenging part to find this guy where he does live. Then we contacted to brother Abhishek, and he went to find this Mr. Sandeep in the local area. So I will ask brother Abhishek to share his experience how he has found it to Abhishek Sandeep in the Rajgir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vivek, Brother Vivek. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I want to say thankful to our grateful master, Sangye, and thankful to our sister Cho. He introduced me about Sichi and also knows about Sichi. So I am really thankful to our Dharma Master Changyen, Sister Cho, and Sister Feifei. First, I want to share. I am at. My hometown is Rajgiri, just now, Mr. Brother Vivek also introduced Rajgiri is Magad, the ancient history of India. Magad is a kingdom, big kingdom of India. So my hometown also in Rajgiri, and I introduced Mr. Show introduced about Sichi, and I will started to search Mr. Sandeep, brother Sandeep, brother Sandeep also from Rajgiri, but his native place I don't know about his native place and his local place, his home names. So here I really thankful to our uh, grateful sister Fefe and brother Vivek. They give me some evidence, just like photos and videos. And according to photos and videos, I want to start it search, find Mr. Mr. Sandeep, brother Sandeep. That day I am in morning approx 9:30 leave at my home and go for Rajgiri, go for find the Sandeep. I am go to so many villages, just like 5 to 6 villages. Then I cannot find to Sandeep. After that, finally, I have to go seventh villagers. Then I want to then I search. I find to Sandeep. His family condition is too poor. His financial problem, and I am also communicate that Sandeep mothers and fathers. I want to treatment his illness because that time na Mr. Sandeep stomach is too big. Really, it is too fear to for us. And I am also uh, contact Mr. Vivek and let him to come Rajgir and see these cases. After then, uh, I called Mr. Vivek from Bodh Gaya to Rajgir and look for Sandeep illness. So I want to uh, say Mr. Vivek. After then, he can start the share Mr. Sandeep conditions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, brother Abhishek. So just I'm continuing with the sharing, the complete sharing. The actually we don't know about the Sandeep, the little boy who has the big belly. We don't know where he lives. So we contacted to brother Abhishek to find this guy, and he has to visit around 7 villages to find this guy, but still could not find it. And then finally we have some clues in the from the videos, and we have we have seen there is one big tree, big banyan tree in the roadside. So according to the this clue, we Abhishek enter into this village. We can see the way of Badripur village, and after going to in this village, Abhishek finally founded the Sandeep, and immediately contacted to sister Pepe and inform about the situation. And actually, the guy's name is Sandeep. He's a 9 year old, and he's a very poor family, and he has seven brothers and sister, and his father is a farmer and mother is a housewife. And sister Fefe also has communicated with Sandeep mothers, and Sandeep mother is expressed her gratitude to Suchi and one masters, and she also expecting to have to get treatment of the Sandeep big valley, and also expecting to get some education support in the future as well. So when Abhishek going to find this guy, Sandeep. He also carried some groceries like 55 kg of rice, 10 kg flour, etc. And then he immediately also informs to me. Basically, I'm living the Bodh Gaya and he live in Rajgir. The distance between Bihar, Bodh Gaya to Rajgir is around 70 kilometers. So the next on the June 16, I plans to visit there, and also me and brother Abhishek has also studied together in the Chinese 9 years before 9 years before, and now we also meet again because of the Suchi. And while I'm going to find the Sandeep, we also carried some book, stationery, and new clothes for the Sandeep and meet him. And there's actually some sad story for the Sandeep. Actually, he has a very big valley, and life is not really easy for the Sandeep because he has suffered from the some health problems and also the mental torture by the society. The society and the neighbors are used to make fun on this guy. They always called him as a fat boy, and also say your stomach will be worse one day and you will die, etc. Like, then Sandeep always feels very bad, and he's also facing a lot of mental torture. And Sandeep mother also taken him to see the local doctors before 5 years, and that times since they have limited medical test examination done, and they don't know about the many things, what is the actual problems, etc. And also they don't have any financial support to do this. And doctors also tell them that if you go for any surgery or any treatment, maybe your child will not be survive in the future. Maybe anything can happen. It is very risky to treat the Sandeep. Then after the all these, like, we have received the some old reports and pictures. Then we have shared everything to the doctor Professor Chow from the Taipei Tsuchi Hospital, and he has suggested to done some tested in the local area for the Sandeep, and we have done some tested in the both Gaya and Gaya, and reports shared with them. On the third 23 June, brother Abhishek take them to come Gaya for the medical examinations in the Gaya. And after 3 hours of journey, Sandeep got car sick, and he was doing some rest in the hospital only. And we actually that day there's a 8 tested should be done on the same day, so we have visited 3 different centers for the checkup, and we accompany to the all the families and taking care of the Sandeeps. And now you can also see the value of Sandeep, how much his value is too big, and he's actually facing lots of problem in the daily lifestyle. He's not easy to have a meal, or he's not easy, like, the children have to do some activities, but because of his big belly, he cannot do anything, and he's facing very serious situation. So we have done some ultrasound and tomography in the Gaya, and before leaving, I bought some fruits and some snacks for them, so they can actually return their home and have some foods on the car. So returning to the Rajgir, from the Gaya to Rajgir, after done 8 medical tests. And the next day, I went to receive all the reports from the doctors. And according to the doctor, Sandeep, right kidney can still performs normally with some treatments, and he has chance to grow up. But so our first visit, but also the doctor has suggested to visit in the good hospital in the India. So we have contacted some hospital in Kolkata and New Delhi as well. So we have went to Apollo Hospital in the New Delhi for the further checkup. So it's on 18 July we went to the New Delhi for the first checkup. So it's around like take 20 hours from Rajgir to reach New Delhi. So we are like here we are waiting for the trains, and this is the around 1100 kilometers from the Gaya to the New Delhi station. And on the trains we have arranged beds for their family and Sandeep to take care of them very well, because we are also carrying them like a family and helping Sandeep to provide some foods and breakfast on the trains. And once we reach on the New Delhi, we have take taxi for the hospitals, and also stay in the hotel for nearby the hospital. And Sandeep has been he went to the first time in big city of India, and he has stayed in the hotels. He was very comfortable that time. And we went to the same day. We went to the hospital to get an appointment with the doctors and see the doctors and consulted to the doctor. Waiting for the doctors, and finally he's a Dr. Sujit. He's a professional, and in the Apollo hospital, he finally checked the Sandeep, and he also very surprised said, "This child stomach is already too bad condition. Why you did not to see the doctor earlier? Treatment should be done as soon as possible. Otherwise, Sandeep will be in the very critical situation." So after the all the like checkups and discussion with our seniors doctor and our masters, Sandeep has admitted for the further treatments. And me and Abhishek went to go go to the hospital together and taking care of everything. And now waiting for the drainage. Actually, the first doctor suggested to done the drainage surgery for the Sandeep. The drainage like from actually because of the stomach is too big. It is really hard to take done some medical tests like ultrasound because of the stomach too big. Ultrasound cannot be done because in nothing is visual. So after the drainage, he stay in the ICU for the recover stage. And the same day, around 7 liter of urine was released from their stomach. And after that, he has to bed rest for the 1 month on continuously observation of the daily urine quantity, how much urine are releasing every day from their left and right kidneys. So we are just measurement everything on daily basis like the weight and urine spot, and also do lots of praying for the Sandeep. And this is the really shocking ones the drainage surgery has done. As actually you have seen initially they have very big belly, and after that drainage, his belly is become too small, and we are really shocked. We really don't know what's going, because we are not professional, and we are also very afraid of what's going on. And but his customers look like same as the Lord Buddha. When Lord Buddha has doing meditation for the 6 year in Bhungesi cave, Lord Buddha body structure also becomes same as the Sandeep. So it is really surprising for us to seeing like in this situation, but also it is looks like he's Buddha's. He got the blessing from the Buddha. So after the drainage surgery, he recovered and come to the hotels for the rest. You can see how much his belly become small after the drainage surgery. And with the support of Dr. Choyen, he always suggested how to do, and we have tried different positions to drainage all the urine from the left kidney. And after the further test, ultrasound report, urine, it's like luckily that there is only damage some kidney. There is nothing serious. Only damaged one left kidney, and remaining part is all is okay. So you can see the after the recover and done the drainage surgery, Sandeep is looks very normal, and it's a. Hmm? What is this? Okay. The beautiful smiles on their face, on the mothers and Sandeep as well. And there is a one another story like one Taiwanese ladies who has been to Bodh Gaya uh, in 2012, and when she heard about the Sandeep, she is very touched and she wants to donate some, and she has donated 1,60,000 USD dollar to Zuji Foundation for the treatment of the Sandeep and other cases. And once like we after the done the drainage surgery, we have to keep the all the records for the 1 month, like how the kidneys performance. So we like done everything, and to keep all the records weighted, and like we also provided some weight machine to Sandeep so he can wait on daily basis and provide us to data by phones, because we live in Bodage and he's in Razgir. So, and after the drainage and all the test done, Sandeep is living like a normal lives. And but we also have, after the 1 month of the bed rest, we have to go to New Delhi for the further treatments. And this time we gone to the New Delhi for the 10 days. On the 31st August, after all the treatments, and we confirmed that the left kidney's performance has completely dead and the left kidney is completely damaged. We have to remove the left kidney. So after the communication between doctors and parents of the Sandeep, once they have agreed that yeah, left kidney is already damaged and it should be removed, otherwise it will be critical for the Sandeep. So their family is also agree for that, and we go for the further treatments. Actually, that time also Sandeep needs some bloods from the like while doing the surgery. Sandeep needs some blood, so that time actually we don't know who will donate it. So I decided to donate some blood to the Sandeep. And this is some pictures from the train. Uh, this is the one medical test, which is the DTPS scan, which is the major kidney function. Doctor decided that the kidney should be removed after this medical test. And this is the final checks and preparation for the surgery, before surgery. And we are the Sandeep is transferring for the ICU before surgery. And after the surgery, Sandeep is facing really pain, and he's uncomfortable for the surgery. So after the surgery, actually we are volunteer not allowed to stay in the hospital. So his mother is staying in the hospital, and I and the brother Abhishek gone to the see Sandeep every day, morning in the evening, stay in the hospital, so his mother can go for the rest and some meals. And also he's a Sandeep father. He's also taking care and giving love to the Sandeep when he was admitted in the hospitals. And finally Sandeep recover from the after the treatments, and his looks very normal. And we also teaching Sandeep how to do a smile, because he was very afraid after the treatment and he was getting some pain. So we teaching Sandeep how to calm down and be happy. And this is the final status, and getting ready to discharge from the hospital. And this is the last after the surgery, his stomach become very small, and naturally he has recovered and see the natural smile, and he is staying in the hospital for the further bed rest. And after the treatment, we went to see the doctor Sujit, who has done very hard work, and we express our gratitude to uh, Dr. Sujit, and see the difference. June 2012, 2022, stomach is too big, and after the surgery, he's become really normal. And after the recovery, we taught Sandeep some take some photographs, and we take some different positions. See the beautiful smile from the Sandeep. And after done, we Sandeep reached into the back to the home, and he's his home, and his mother and father and Sandeep see the Sandeep whole family saying the goodbye to the brother Abhishek and to Suchi, and also very thankful to brother Abhishek and me. And there's actually many other stories, like once we have went to the meet their families for the medical treatments, and we offered that we Suchi want to do some we want to help your child to do the medical treatments, but their family is not believing on us. They are thinking we are some scammer and doing some fraud, so they are not initially they are not ready to believe on us, because they don't know us and they're basically from the village. So after showing some pictures from the different cases, and after convincing them, they are ready to come to Gaya for the only medical checkup, not for the treatments. So after seeing, they have seen we are doing a lot of for them, and after that they also start trust on us, and they ready to do the further checkup. And also it was very challenging for us to complete this task, because this is our first medical case in India, and this is a really critical case for us, because this is a case like removing the left kidney from this 9-year-old child. So we are also very afraid. So that's the story. uh, Thanks to everyone to listen this story.
Thank you, Brother Vivek and Brother Abhishek, for such a wonderful sharing of the incredible journeys with little Sandeep. And thank you once again for all the incredible hard work and the compassion heart. And now I'm going to take everyone to move across the globe to the continent of North America. Today we are very delightful to have Dr. Michael Chen, who is the managing director of Tzuchi's clinics, as well as a registered traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, to share with us on how does the TMOS in Canada in providing the medical treatments for the indigenous Canadian tribes. Over to you, brother, Dr. Chun.
Oh, so we should start right now and there's no break in between?
Yeah, we'll proceed with that. Sorry.
No, that's okay. That's okay. No problem at all. Thanks everyone, dear all the brothers and sisters and everyone in online. And I'm actually Michael Chang. I'm actually in Canada right now. I'm in Vancouver. So in my time zone now is around 1:30 a.m. So it looks like it's your afternoon. So I would like to thank the inviters that allow me to have this opportunity to share with you about how we have done in the last 10 years to develop Tzuchi's medical missions in Canada. And our journey has been very different from other countries, and I would like to share with you right now. So let me put on my screen. Can you hear me okay? Yeah, I would assume so. Okay, can you see my slides?
Yes,
okay. Thank you. So I would like to share with you about the footprints of Tzuchi medical missions in Canada. So everything actually starts from a visit to the masters back in 2011, the August, and it has been more than 10 years now. Talk about the medical missions in Canada. We start to have the Tzuchi Foundation in Canada, starting by 1992. In the first few years, we established a Tzuchi Institute of Complementary Medicine together with UBC and many other hospitals. It was a project for 5 years focused on research and not focused on clinical care. So after 2003, we park this project and wait for the next opportunity. Since 2011, we move into the second phase, and we have worked very hard and with so many supporters and new doctors. That's how we have a very fruitful 10 years. And when we started in 2011, we were so overwhelmed actually in the very beginning about how to start when there's no mature team existed and there's no venue and no plan. So we thought of, okay, we'll start by providing medical services, just like the master did, in 40 years ago. There was a chance came in that every long weekend of Labor Day, which is around the end of August, we have a Taiwan Fest, which will be held in the downtown Vancouver. And we work with them and start to provide Chinese medicine services free in Vancouver downtown. And you can see we have all the tents set up outside, and we have a lot of people who were so interested and lined up to get in to see our practitioners. And all our practitioners were all the doctors' practices here. We invite around 108 doctors each year to work in 3 different days to see around 1,000 patients. And every year, we're getting more and more patients who are willing to come in. Here's a little statistics to show you. In the first year, we attracted 680 patients who walk by and want to pop in. And then every year we have more and more. And by the end of 6 years, we have seen more than 5,500 patients. In the next year, then we thought, okay, then what's next? Since we have quite a few doctors who were interested to work with us. So we took the chance to launch the TIMA Canada. Because before 2011, we didn't have the TIMA in Canada. But after 2012, we established the team, but focus on the traditional Chinese medicine. And since then, we have more than 250 doctors have been invited to join us. And 9 of them eventually became our certified commissioners. And still, we're getting more and more people. And we have already conducted more than 400 services events and provided more than 10,000 treatment sessions up to date. And we also invite them to provide public seminars to the to Vancouver people to understand more about Chinese medicine. And we're still doing it now till today. We also provide a ceremony to those doctors who have joined us diligently and attended our events all the time. So they will be given this uniform. And we have West Canada, we also have East Canada. In the next year, 2013, we started to launch the TCM Symposium every year. Since then, we've launched 2013 for the first one, and 2014, 15, 16, and 17. In 2018, we were grateful that we had 2 symposiums done in the same year, because one is for the West Coast and the other one is for the East Coast in Toronto, not just Vancouver. And this picture is taken inside the Humber College. And the reason we actually had our annual symposium held in Humber in Toronto is because we established a new Tzuchi TCM clinic, a teaching clinic that focuses on clinical trainings and research in Humber College. And we have a collection of papers every year. In the next year, 2014, then we start to be ready to move into the First Nations care. Everything starts from a very little connections that we had the chance to get into an Aboriginal Mother Center in Vancouver East. It is a place that hosts 14 rooms for those single moms that they suddenly get pregnant and they don't know what to do. So this place can host them until their baby is born, and also they had the chance to learn how to take care of the baby and get ready to go back to their life. But they do need to have lots of services or medical care, which is hard for them. And then we start to expand it to the First Nations communities. So we start from a community called Sumas, which is about 1 hour from Vancouver. And then we move on to different communities. We went to Lakwameo, which is over 1.5 hours. We also look into different communities. You can see all those totems or logos that shows every individual communities we have visited and serviced them. Some of them we eventually establish a regular service spot, which means we will send our practitioners over and provide the service on a monthly or bi-weekly basis. And in 2015, we started to bring Chinese medicine inside the hospital in Canada. Because in Canada, in the Western hospitals, there's no services of Chinese medicine. It's different from Taiwan or China. But that was a pilot project that we try to work with the hospital, and we have a TCM doctor there to see patients. It actually lasted about 13 months as a pilot project, and it was quite well accepted. And we see the sparks. So this is the hospital, the Burnaby hospitals that we're together with. Because of this foundation, then we were able to work with more hospitals one by one eventually. And in 2016, we were lucky that we had a school in Vancouver, which is a private school. They train TCM program students, was decided to donate it to Tzuchi Foundation. It is one of the largest Chinese medicine college that accepts international students. and their owners is retiring. And instead of selling the school, they decided to donate it to the Tzu Chi because they believe Tzu Chi will be able to take care of the school and take it to the next level. In the same year, we also had the chance to work with our BC health authorities to provide the services in hospices based on the foundation pilot projects that we've done in 2015. This is the Revon Song Center, which is a 4-story building with many patients. And we also launched a research project about how can we sustain the Chinese medicine care for First Nations. So we were actually invited by the Simon Fraser University. We also worked with the First Nation Health Authority and a band called Snani Maha. There are a First Nation band in Vancouver Island. So 4 of us decided to work together to do a 2-year research project to see if Chinese medicine services could really fit the need of the First Nation, and also if they enjoyed it and if they got benefit from it. So they might consider to formally enroll it into their regular services. So this is the Snani Maha, is where we had the center launched and services launched. And in the same year, in 2018, we also add another clinic, which is a monthly based regular services clinic called Seabird Island. It's also 2 hours from Vancouver. And it's a very well-established clinic already before even we joined them. It's accredited by Health Canada, a very high-end medical center. And this is, it looks like from outside. Our TCM doctors who work there was very well accepted and welcomed by the people who come there for the services. In the same year, another amazing opportunity came in is a university, which is a public school in Toronto, was granted the chance by the government to establish the first ever traditional Chinese medicine program inside the public universities in Canada. So before them, all the TCM programs were held in private schools. But in 2018, that we had a program, which is a 3-year program, that people can go in there and study Chinese medicine and become a certified and licensed traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. And they need a clinical center that can train the internships. So they invited Tzu Chi to work with them. And we were grateful that we were able to set up the clinic inside their campus. Here I had a few short videos that would let you have more vivid eyes on how this clinic looks like. So this is a collaboration project. And the mission of this clinic is for clinical services, clinical trainings, and research. So this is a film that was done by Jason Powell, who is the Dean of the Faculty of the Health Sciences and Wellness. And when he came to one of our year-end event that he introduces to the public and thanked Tzu Chi Foundation for the support and the collaboration. So here, let me play the film to all of you.
We are so proud that last year, the Ontario government, in collaboration with the Tzu Chi, the government has implemented the first publicly funded comprehensive traditional Chinese medicine practitioner at Humber College, where learners will be able to continue the cultural tradition and practice of traditional Chinese medicine here in Ontario, where learners will be able to access and perform acupuncture all the way up to and including herbal therapy to, again, provide Ontarians with high quality access to more than just Western medicine here in Ontario. None of that would be possible without the Tzu Chi. None of that would be possible without the brothers and sisters who have helped continue to be the wind beneath our wings as we move towards this pioneered and uncharted waters. I couldn't be more thankful to have a partner that's committed to implementing a traditional Chinese medicine clinic at Humber College so that we can have our students be able to implement their craft, so that our volunteers through the Tzu Chi can bring people who want access to comprehensive traditional Chinese medicine care into a center where the research will show that it's a valuable option in Ontario for acupuncture and herbal therapy, where the amazing students will be able to continue on the cultural practice of traditional Chinese medicine.
Okay, so this is a shortcut about what Jason says in our ceremony.
We are so proud.
And here's another one, which actually shows a 1 minute film that records how we build this clinic. It starts from very scratch. This is how it looks like eventually when it was finished. This is a waiting area. And this is all the treatment room for diagnosis. And this is treatment room. And this is the OSCE room, a meeting room. And this is our dispensary of the pharmacy inside the clinic. All the herbs used were extracted from GMP manufacturings. So everything starts from 2017. The deans of the Humber College and vice president visited Tzu Chi in Hualien, and they visited the master and presented the request to have Tzu Chi's support. Tzu Chi not only set up the clinic, but also provide students scholarships. And this is students who receive our scholarships for their to continue their study. And in 2018 May, we started to talk to their engineer team. We tore down the whole offices. We had to dig out the floor because we need to bury a lot of piping. Because every individual treatment room needs to have their own piping and sink. And this is showing some before and after. And we also have our own laundry rooms that can do the sterilizations and washing all the use of beddings. This is where we were setting up the dispensary. And this is when we put our name on the wall. Okay, and then this is a film that Humber made when the clinic is 1 year old. So we made this film and bring it back to Hualien and present it to the master to see what this clinic has been serviced and functioned in the first year. Well, this clinic, which is located in Humber's North Campus, is an extension of Tzu Chi's medical care network in Canada, focused on traditional Chinese medicine. This is the first time we're collaborating with a public college to establish a clinic. And that is not only focused on providing clinical care, but also more importantly, is to provide opportunities for students and also to provide a base for doing clinical studies in the future.
The space is really remarkable in that it provides students with high quality access to patients in the real environments that they'll practice in when they become practitioners. And so it's really essential for us to have work integrated learning spaces that are accessible to students, that are of high quality, that are substantial in terms of meeting their learning outcomes, and substantial in providing a service to patients in a real living laboratory.
Humber College want to have better students, so we have the same goal to benefit students, benefit community. With this goal that we work well, the ground is very strong.
Getting to use the traditional Chinese medicine clinic here on campus has been an amazing experience. It helps us get practice in treating patients and making our diagnosis, and knowing that we are supported by the entire team. Having the clinic on campus provides us with a lot of support. We have a herbal dispensary, our acupuncture needles, our cupping tools, everything that we need is here. So I find that is very important as a studying student to have everything accessible and available for your use.
In this clinic, I think the teacher and the student will experience the culture of Tzu Chi. We treat patients, we treat everyone with respect.
So this is the wall finished a year later with all the donors and supporters on the name. Their names on the wall.
捐款在这边的话是非常有意义的，而且
To me, it means everything to her.
So I would like to, since the time is not that much, I could actually take time to introduce another thing that we did when we had the 1-year anniversary. We decided to work with the school to provide an appreciation vegetarian dinner. Instead of having our own Tzuchi, chef and brother sisters who to prepare the dinner, we actually work with Humber's culinary department because they have a program that teaches students to baking and cooking. So we work with their departments and we actually formed this event to thank all the donors. We did some testing before the event. We have to decide the menu. So we actually introduced them what Tzuchi is doing, and also their chef and the professors were very interested to learn how we are doing the vegetarian meal. And they also came up with their own design, think about what a vegetarian meal could be. So this is a kind of pilot testing before the menu testing before it's confirmed. So we have some Chinese versions, we have their Western versions. It was very interesting to see the sparks. And finally, we decided what are the menus, and we made it. All the meals were serviced by all our practitioners and doctors, and we introduced them what this is. It was a very interesting and meaningful event. And this is a website. We have a bilingual website of the clinic, and this is how we have students or interns or practitioners, and this is all volunteers when we have some events here and in front of the school's building. So through the 10 years, it's very hard to introduce what we have done in such a short time. However, I quickly, walk you through what we have done. We start from, the medical services on the downtown. We launch a TEMA. Then when we have a lot of doctors are willing to work with us, then we launch international symposium. Then we get more connections. Then we start to work with First Nation. Then we bring it to TSM hospitals. Then we accept a TSM college donations, and then we actually establish a clinic inside universities for training and education purposes. So all this individually all looks like very impossible dreams to us until, we actually always think about this sentence. It says it always seems impossible until it is done. And we are very grateful for everyone who have supported us and also allow us to have the chance to develop what we are trying to promote in the medical missions with the spirit of Tzuchi. So thanks everyone for the time, and thank you for allowing me to have this opportunity to share this with you. And I hope I did actually manage the time very, fitting the schedule. Yeah, and I hope it was not too fast. But if there's any questions or any interest to know more, I'll be very glad to provide more details in the future.
Thank you, Dr. Chung, to provide us a comprehensive overview of how the Tzuchi's medical mission is being conducted in the Northern America. It's really to see how the changes, the chronological change from 2018 up till today. It was really amazing breakthroughs. Thank you again, Dr. Michael Chung. Okay.
Thank you.
So after we have established the mission, thank you. After the establishment of the Tzuchi's missions of medicine, and Master Cheng Yen started to realize that it is easy to find competent doctors. But on the contrary, it's very difficult to find a very dedicated and humane medical workers. And thus, she developed an idea to start the missions of education with the aims to nurture talent to serve the society with a selfless love. We are very fortunate today to have Dharma Master Chen from Jinsebo to share with us on the missions of education. May I have all the brothers and sisters please rise and put your palms together to welcome Dharma Master Chen.
Okay. Venerable masters, dear sisters and brothers, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. It's truly wonderful that although we are at different time zones and regions, we still have an incredible affinity to come together to share through the video conferencing. Since you have listened to the first section talking about the mission of charity, now it's my turn to talk about the second mission in Tzu Chi's world, education. Once I remember many people ask masters, what's the motivation and purpose to do the educational work? And I remember that master often tells that the hope of society lies in talents. The hope of talents lies in education. Education is the whole project. Good doctors and good courtiers rely on teachers. So we can understand that education plays a very crucial role in many perspectives, especially in Tzu Chi's world. So let me introduce the first school we established in 1989, Tzu Chi Junior College of Nursing. The reason why we started our first school in 1989, the Tzu Chi Junior College of Nursing, is closely related to the mission of medicine. Basically, there are two reasons to build this kind of college at the first time. Mr. Zheng Yan often says that in the mind of a patient, a conscientious doctor is a living Buddha, and a conscientious nurse is an incarnation of the Guanyin Bodhisattva. So since it was very difficult to attract doctors and nurses to the Tzu Chi Hospital, which is located the east part of the Taiwan, on development east coast, the master planned to set up a nursing college and a medical college to produce caring, compassionate medical specialists for the hospital. And another reason is because that Taiwanese Aborigines mostly live in poverty and receive poor educations in their remote mountain villages. So lots of females Aboriginals, they suffer a lot from, losing the opportunities to get a career in their lives. And master cannot bear to see this kind of very sorrowful situations at that time. So the master had the desire to help Aboriginal students and to train nurses who would go back to their villages and improve local health. In 1996, Ministry of Education gave formal permission to the Tzu Chi Junior College of Nursing to accept 50 tuition-free Aboriginal students through a separate entrance examinations. Thus, the master's wish of educating young Aboriginal females has been given further support. So I think it is the most one of the futuristic and characteristics point in our first school. And after our College of Nursing comes to our Tzu Chi Medical College, which is established in 1994 with the aim of raising the standard of medicine in the East, cultivating outstanding medical and nursing talents for the society. And the third one is enhancing the well-being of the whole people. After years of hard work and good school performance, Tzu Chi Medical College was renamed Tzu Chi University in August 2000. So later on, we also achieved the complete education systems in 2000, and it's definitely a milestone for our mission of education. And a comprehensive educational system, including kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, college, and graduate studies was realized in Hualien in July of 2000. And to plus that, we also provide adult education classes as well in Taiwan and abroad to provide a complete education and promote lifelong learning. Toward Tzu Chi's education, we emphasize on several points and focus. The first one, I believe that is true respect for life and faith in human nature. It is the guideline of our old educational system. And education in virtue, education for life, and education for the entire person is our common goal. So the system values not only focus on professional education, but it places even more importance on the fostering of people's pure potential. It is hoped that this will create a paradigm in education during these troubled times when people's views on life values have become so convoluted. Consequently, the education of Tzu Chi has its own specific and unique characteristics, and especially to some characteristics and points of all our Tzu Chi's educational organizations, I want to mention several points. The first one is our model of our Tzu Chi schools is loving kindness, compassion, joy, and equanimity, which is mindfully woven into the academic and extracurricular activities of all students. Through this approach, it is hoped that the students will learn to cultivate character over talent. Also, I believe that both schools provide free tuition and living allowance for 4th and 5th year students, so that students can concentrate on study without worrying about the expenses. Also, the master's concept of education emphasizes providing not only college knowledge. Oh, sorry, the front page, please. Also, okay. Also, the master's concept of education emphasizes on providing not only knowledge and skills, but also a spirit of humanitarianism. In the meantime, the Yide Mother Sister Association, in Chinese we call it 义德母姐会, provides several personal guidance, and there are also classes in tea ceremony, flower arrangement, performances art, and sign language to uplift the character and morality of the students. Thousands of nurses with the spirit of the Guanyin Bodhisattva have graduated and are working and receiving place in hospitals and clinics all over Taiwan, and so are these medical doctors and personnel. Especially, I want to mention one very special programming in our Tzu Chi University. It is one of the most extraordinary courses in the class of anatomy, and we call it the Silent Mentors program. People may be curious about what is the Silent Mentor program of Tzu Chi University. Silent mentors are people who donate their bodies to Tzu Chi University Medical College for use in anatomy class and surgical simulation training. These body donors teach medical students and doctors without saying a word. That's why they are referred to as silent mentors. And according to the website from Taiwan Today, more than 30,000 people in Taiwan have agreed to donate their bodies after death to medical research. And according to the Buddhist Compassion Relief Tzu Chi Foundations, which is stated on September
7. And this number is the world's highest by country, and 99% of the donors have designated that their remains go to Tzu Chi. So the program weaves professional medical training with humanistic appreciation. Students learn selfless giving on behalf of doctors and become excellent physicians through this involvement, since their altruistic spirits are cultivated. So let's watch a short clip to get more understanding about silent mentors.
Donors teach medical students and doctors without words. At Tzu Chi University is going to begin. Before the class, medical students bow respectfully to the bodies they are going to learn from for the semester. These bodies were donated by those who had signed up for Tzu Chi University's body donor program when they were alive, and are used in anatomy class or surgical simulating training. As the body donors teach medical students and doctors without words, they are referred to as silent mentors at Tzu Chi. The man singing was Tzu Chi volunteer Li Guoming. In 2010, he passed away due to lung cancer. His family followed his final wish and donated his body to Tzu Chi. When he was hospitalized in his final days, he still did his best to entertain other patients. Tzu Chi's body donor program started in 1995, 1 year after Tzu Chi Medical College was set up. As of early 2021, over 40,000 people had signed up to donate their bodies to Tzu Chi. Among the nearly 1,000 bodies that have been used, around 80% of them were Tzu Chi volunteers.
我没有很确实的想过我未来会成为什么样的医生，不过至少我会不辜负师长们，或是病人们，或是大体老师的家属们和大体老师对我的期望。
At the end of a semester, the anatomy class also draws to a close. The students again pay respects to their silent mentors and bid them farewell in gratitude. What the students take away from this class is not merely knowledge about the workings of the human body, but also a sense of love, respect, and gratitude.
Okay, so I believe that you have got more understanding about the silent mentor programs. But besides our complete education systems in Tzu Chi, Tzu Chi also is very concerned about educating society. So we also set up and provide adult education classes as well in Taiwan and abroad to provide a complete education. Since in 1991, college students have volunteered at the Tzu Chi General Hospital every summer. And besides that, under the Tzu Chi Foundation, we have the several different kind of educational cooperations, such as the Tzu Chi Youth Corporation and the Teachers Associations. And plus that, Tzu Chi also contains and hold lots of camps which is related to education. For instance, we have the parent-child camps to help to bridge the generation gap. Many children are able to open their hearts and hug their parents, saying to parents, I love you, and to heal the alienation between parents and children. And also, in 1999, Taiwan was hit by a major earthquake, and seeing how many schools in their disaster areas are damaged, Master Zheng Yan was very concerned about the children's education at that time. So, after its emergency relief efforts ended, Tzu Chi took on the responsibility of rebuilding 51 schools destroyed by the quake. Indeed, what we have done for Taiwan's education so far is truly incredible and profound. Apart from Taiwan, Tzu Chi also reaches out to other parts of the world, including impoverished areas around the world. Wherever natural or man-made disasters occur, as Tzu Chi volunteers carry out relief, they will also look at the opportunities to provide educational resources to children. This is because they know deep in their hearts that the hope of a country lies in children, and the hope of children lies in education. Actually, we have many successful cases of flipped educations around the world. Just take South Africa as examples. I know because our time is really limited. Just take one example. As we know, the South African, they undergoing the political turmoil and instability. Lots of Black people suffered from limited educational resources. So in 1996, Tzu Chi started to provide educational support to the city of Ladysmith. In 50 years, they totally built 7 schools there. And one of the educational miracles started in the year of 2004, where many of the African children came back to Taiwan. So let's watch the clip together and introduce one very cute girl for you.
In 1996, Tzu Chi volunteers started to provide educational support to the city of Ladysmith. In 15 years, they built 7 schools there. When they found that many children went to school hungry, they began to provide meals and supplies to them and their families. In 2004, many of the children came to Taiwan. On behalf of everyone, a little girl, Tabete Lungelo, thanked Master Zheng Yan in Taiwanese. 'In reply, Master Zheng Yan encouraged them to study hard and invited them to study at Tzu Chi's schools in Taiwan. Ten years later, in 2013, Lungelo did come to Taiwan. Based on her outstanding academic performance, she was admitted to Tzu Chi University with a scholarship. In 2019, Lungelo graduated from college. Lungelo came from a poor family. She lived with her grandmother and had received Tzu Chi's aid since attending Tzu Chi's school in Ladysmith. Learning that she was going to Taiwan to study, everyone in her village was thrilled. They helped make preparations for her trip and gave her their best wishes.
请施工上人放心，因为施工上人给我们一个很好的礼物，就是教育。我自己以后回来南非，我一定就是会好好的利用他给我这个礼物。如果留在台湾，我还是一样会选择帮助南非这个区块。不管怎么样，留在台湾还是回来南非，我还是一样会帮助我们当地的人，所以上人要放心。
And actually, when I see this kind of short clip, I was deeply touched by this wonderful girl because she worked so hard And she believes that after even she went back to South Africa, she still can make lots of contributions to her village. So actually, be it in Guizhou in China or the Syrian children in Turkey, their young lives took a turn towards to be a brighter future simply because they were given a chance to continue their education. As a Chinese saying goes, it takes a decade to grow a tree, but a lifetime to nurture a person. With proper support and encouragement, every child, regardless of race, caste, religion, or region, will be able to find their calling and purpose in life and becomes a useful person of society when they grow up. And time really flies. Those are some of my acknowledgements regarding Tzu Chi's mission of education. May today's online course and sharing can enrich your Bodhisattva path and life journey. 感恩。
感恩 Dharma Master Sturgeon. May I invite everyone to please rise and put our palms together to 感恩 Dharma Master Sturgeon for her wonderful sharing. Okay, now we shall take a 5-minute break and the classes will resume at 5:20.
心事成真回大地，慈悲喜舍为和风，智慧妙法为净水，阴晴清净为阳光，增长一切诸善法，是一切活出无明，坚定到心里宏愿，爱洒苍生尽心灵，悲智愿心多深真，愿云灌溉菩提林，人间菩萨一念心，愉悦尽住在人间。
心事成正为大地，慈悲喜舍为和风，智慧妙法为净水，阴晴净净为阳光。 成长，一切诸善法，去一切佛出离，坚定到心里丰满，爱洒长生清净悲智愿行多善种，能令灌溉菩提林，人间菩萨一念心，日月净土在人间。让一切诸善法，去一切佛出离，心灵到心里宏愿，爱洒藏生起。最志愿行多善种，能令灌溉菩提林，人间菩萨一念心，日月净土在人间。
Welcome back, brothers and sisters. Next, I would like to bring everyone to we would like to travel back to the continent of the Southeast Asia to learn about the Chichi's missions of education in Philippines. In the Philippines, because of the deprivations of the education system due to financial difficulties, and the Chichi's volunteers in Philippines embarked on the education scholarship program with the aims to allow these underprivileged students to continue on their education in hopes of bringing a better futures. Without a further delay, let us welcome Sisters Peggy, the Chichi's commissioner in Philippines, to share on her experience on the education scholarship programs. Over to you, Sister Peggy.
Thank you, Venerable Dharma Masters and our brothers and sisters from all over the world. Good evening. Let me share. Thank you first for the invitation for me to share about our educational assistance program in the Philippines. Okay, let me just quickly share. Okay, the Tzu Philippines was established in 1994, and a year after, we already started the scholarship program for elementary and high school students. And in the year 2000, the educational attainment numbers in the Philippines was actually very dismal. Out of 100 students, 100 children in elementary school, only 4 will graduate from college. And a decade after, from 1995, recognizing the need for young people to get to university, to be able to be gainfully employed, Citi started offering tertiary scholarships. It was only only in 2017 when the Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education Act was signed by the Philippine President, mandating all state universities and colleges to provide free tertiary education for all Filipino citizens. So before that, education was really not accessible. So even with universal access to education, there are still so many challenges for a young person to finish schooling in the Philippines. This is why over the years, we have increased and expanded the assistance program, not only in the Philippine capital, Metro Manila, but also in other areas where we have volunteers. Let me just share with you why we designed our assistance program or scholarship program. The jeepney, if Any of you have been to the Philippines, you know that the jeepney is one of the most prevalent mode of transportation and also the cheapest. Several of our previous scholars, shared that prior to receiving Tzu Chi's assistance, when they rode the jeepney going to school, they will either take the one closest to the exit of the jeepney, the one farthest from the driver, so that they can just jump off the vehicle without paying. The others shared that they would sit somewhere in the middle. Why? Because when we take the jeepney here in the Philippines, the passengers will pass their fare, the payment to the driver, by passing it to the other passengers in front of them. So our previous scholars shared that when they did not have any money, they will hand over the payment of the other passengers to the driver and pretend it is their payment. And another, let me just share about this Philippine snack or chips. It's called fish da. It sounds like isda, which means fish in the Philippines. And naturally, this snack or chips is fish flavored. This is a very cheap snack, costing less than US dollars 50 cents. And one of our previous scholars shared that she used to bring less than USD 50 cents a day to school because this is the only amount of money that her parents could afford. And she will bring a lot of rice from home to school and will use her 20 pesos to buy this snack to serve as viand and eat with her rice. So hearing these challenges from the scholars over the years, Tzu Chi started covering the following allowances, even if the students do not have to pay for their basic tuition fee. So we started covering monthly stipends. This is for their food, the scholars' food, book allowances, internet allowances, uniform, projects, and students are sometimes required to go on field trips, and also for their training, they're asked to pay for training also. So also a while ago we shared about transportation allowances, and this is to allow the students to be able to go to school without worry of how to get there, and for them not to go to school hungry. So hopefully with a full stomach, they can actually learn and absorb their lessons. And in the Tzu Chi Philippines, when we accept scholars, we accept for certain types of courses and programs, and we do not accept any, and we do not accept all courses. We focus on the following courses because there is a higher demand for graduates of these programs, and for the 3 courses highlighted, because we understand that the graduates of these courses can help society. The Philippines lack teachers, and social workers, and also for food security, we need more trained in agriculture. So for agriculture, we also only accept those who major on crop science. So different from other scholarship programs in the country, Tzu Chi volunteers spend a lot of time planning the humanities classes for the scholars. We hope that these students do not only gain knowledge, but also improve on becoming upright persons, and they will give back to society in the future, and hopefully come back to volunteer in Tzu Chi to continue the cycle of love. So some of the sessions that we have designed are aimed to plant seeds of goodness in each of our scholars, to inspire them to see the goodness in others and mold them into becoming responsible persons in society. So the basic philosophy of respect for life, Master Cheng Yen has been promoting vegetarianism, and we also encourage our students, our scholars, to lessen their meat intake, and hopefully the seed of becoming vegetarian can grow in the future. So while mostly Filipinos, meaning their race is from Filipinos, these students can also learn, while in Tzu Chi, they also learn some Chinese etiquette, such as using both hands when receiving something and bowing in gratitude. Master Cheng Yen also shared with us that there are 2 things in life that cannot wait. One is doing good, and another is to be filial to our parents. These we continuously and repeatedly share with our scholars. The scholars are also encouraged to do volunteer work and they help in relief distributions. They help elders when these elder beneficiaries receive kilos of heavy groceries, heavy bags of groceries and rice. And our scholars who are very good when computer, they also help us in some of our computer works in the in Tzu Chi. And sometimes during disasters, when we need a lot of people to help encode name lists of beneficiaries of disasters, then these scholars also help us. At the same time, our Tzu Chi volunteers act as mentors. These Tzu Chi volunteers who really diligently accompany these scholars learn a lot from the young people and from the program. I myself helped in the program for several years when I was in my late 20s, and understanding that I am really very blessed to go to a private school that I wanted to go to. Hence, from then on, I also started donating for in this program. And hopefully, and Master said that the seeds of blessings must be sowed, and whenever their fruits are harvested, to ensure that the virtuous cycle continues indefinitely. So I always give help and donate in this program, hoping that the seeds of blessings will also benefit other scholars. So this program is not just for the young students to learn, but also our volunteers learn so much while accompanying these young people in their journey and in their lives. So Tzu Chi also has helped provide life skills sessions to these scholars. For graduating students, we also invite companies to teach them, executives from companies to teach them how to prepare for interviews, how to write their CVs and resumes, and how to dress for a job interview. We also conduct mock interviews for these scholars to let them practice. So we also help invite speakers to teach them how to save their money in the future once they start earning. So Master has always reminded us that the hope of society lies in talents and the hope of talents lie in education. And we also believe that to alleviate poverty in families in the Philippines, that college education is one of the keys to do that. So how do we choose our scholars? We have recently adjusted to taking in more incoming second-year college students. This is because we found out that there are so many other government and private organizations and foundations who take on first-year college students. And some of these individuals or organizations, because of lack of funds, do not continue the support after the first year. There were also almost no organization who take on students on their second year. So on the grade requirement, Tzu Chi, unlike other organizations, only require a grade of 82%. This is to allow the students who are average or below average a chance to go to school. Most organizations focus on getting the smartest and the brightest students. So in terms of our steps, first, we have an initial interview by our Tzu Chi Foundation social worker, and then our volunteers go for a home visit and evaluate the scholar applicant. And then we have a panel interview done by volunteers and social workers. Together, the scholar applicant will have to attend the panel interview together with a guardian or a parent. This is so that we can ensure that the parents are also accountable to support the scholar's education. And finally, all of these data will be given to an education committee composed of Tzu Chi commissioners to do their deliberation. So let me just share with you one of our scholar applicants just to let everyone understand how we go through some of the steps. So Ron, who is a consistent honor student from elementary to senior high school, he was accepted as a scholar from last year. He was recommended by his university. His family was homeless and they lived on the street from year 2012. Ron has been working hard. He took on a part-time job as a warehouse man in a private company so that he could earn 6,000 pesos a month. This is close to around 100 US dollars a month. And with this, they were able to rent a small house for his family. So the family lives in an urban poor community in Metro Manila, and the only appliances they have is an electric fan and a small gas stove. And for online classes during the pandemic, Ron just uses his mobile phone. And because our volunteers visited his home, we also realized that his father is suffering from tuberculosis. So we actually also recommended his father in the medical assistance program of of Tzu. So in our home visits and in our the volunteers understanding of the family, and then we draw this family diagram as part of the case file of Ron. So we also document their income and expenses so that we understand that the deficit in terms of the income for the family. And we also get the grades of Ron and also our scholar applicants. This is just a short video of the home of Ron. We also always ask the permission of the family for us to take photos and videos. So this information is also presented during the committee deliberation. And back in 2020 and 2021, when there were risks of the COVID pandemic, we had also had applicants send their videos of their homes. But starting in May 2021, our volunteers already started to go out to visit the scholars. So let me just share this. So this is it's called a virtual home tour because when he applied, it was during the height of COVID. So he sent this video to the city volunteers. So he's asking us, welcoming us to go into his home. But after in mid 2021, we also visited Ron in his home. Another worth sharing is an applicant named Jansen. This applicant is from Iloilo. This is in central Philippines. He's on his second year taking up technical vocational teacher education, majoring in automotive technology. So when we were planning to go to his home, it was actually very far from the main road. And when we took the van tried to go in the rough roads, we could actually hear that the rocks were hitting the bottom of the van. So we had no choice but to actually just go down and walk all the way through to get to his home. So if you actually see the roads to get to his home, on the left side were all sugarcane farms. So when we got to Jansen's home, this is what we actually saw. This is where they live. And during the home visitation, we also talked to the mother of Jansen. And his mother was actually sharing about their life, and she was actually also about smiling when she was talking about even how difficult their lives were. But she also shared that Jansen's father passed away in 2008, and his mother earns around 2,000 to 4,000 pesos monthly as an on-call house help. So I was trying to understand how can she support Jansen's education with just 4,000 pesos 4,000 pesos is around maybe 70 US dollars a month. So she shared that Jansen works as a gardener, and sometimes also in the sugarcane farms, he removes weeds and grasses. And in a day, he can earn 150 pesos. And when we started asking can Jansen how can Jansen go to school when we actually also had to travel 1 hour to get to his home? Then Jansen said he has to spend around 200 pesos a day to be able to get to school and to also have some money to bring to buy his food. And then he said that what he does is he works as a gardener and someone who removes the weeds from the sugarcane farm. And from the earnings of 150 pesos, he will actually go to school when he has that 150, and he will skip school and work again. And then once he gets his 150, then he goes back. He goes back to attend class. So even with this challenge, Jansen actually has a very high grades. So even if he goes to school and then misses school, goes back to school and misses school. So this is the current situation of several of our scholar applicants. This is why Tzu Chi Philippines has continued to expand our scholarship program to several other areas. And just to share with everyone, one of our success stories over the years, Jeneline is an accountancy graduate from a state university in the Philippines. While she was a regular student, during our humanities classes, we teach Jeneline and other scholars life skills, and we also encourage them to dream bigger. So Jeneline was one of those who actually excelled. And Jeneline's family, her father used to be a tricycle driver. A tricycle driver is like a mode of public transportation in the Philippines where they earn very, very small. But still, Jeneline was able to graduate and able to go to Singapore to work in prominent companies such as Procter and Gamble and Unilever. And now during the pandemic, she returned back to the Philippines to work here. From then on, Janine has been helping in our humanities classes for scholars. She has been a volunteer. And at the recently concluded, we had the scholars camp, 3 days, 2 nights scholars camp in Tzu Chi. So Janine, like other alumni scholars, they actually handled the other younger scholars, the current scholars, and they acted as mentors and brothers and sisters. She shared that what she learned as a scholar, she learned to how to be filial and to bridge the gap that she had with her mother for a long time. She was also able to advise one of the scholars during the night of sharing, a scholar who had problems with her parents. Jenny was able to guide the scholar to learn, and she said that what she learned from Tzu Chi, she's now also sharing to these younger scholars. And another success story that we have is Cherry. Cherry is one of our previous scholars. She earned her degree in philosophy and is currently now studying clinical psychology for her master's. She is now a Tzu Chi staff with the admin and as a senior officer, and she also used to volunteer as a Tzu Chi or a Tzu Chi youth, and then she became a full-time staff, and she was also just recently certified as a Tzu Chi commissioner. So we see Cherry receiving years of scholarship help from Tzu Chi, and she is now also directly giving back to the foundation. And because of these stories, and we see that these scholars return and give back to the efforts of the foundation. So we've been expanding our efforts to reach more deserving Filipino students in the different provinces. So right now we are also in other areas in the Philippines and also focusing on a lot scholars for studying agriculture education and also technical and vocational education. And hopefully with the further years, we hope that we can build a stronger volunteer base for this program, and we also have hope to strengthen our humanities classes and to establish our alumni association of scholar volunteers, previous scholar volunteers. And hopefully we can also create a study hub for scholars and where the alumni and the volunteers can help them and could continuously monitor our graduates. And before I end, let me just share this video. Let me share this video of our previously just this a few weeks ago we just completed our three days 2 nights camp for our graduating and fourth year college scholars.
Nung hindi pa po ako scholar ng Chuchi Foundation, umaasa po kami sa pension po ng tatay ko po. Since retired na po siya sa kanyang trabaho kasi po senior citizen na po siya. At yung nanay ko naman po, wala po siyang trabaho kaya po doon lang po kami kumukuha po ng pangsustento po sa araw-araw. Simula po nung nakapasok po ako sa Chuchi Foundation, mas nakalawag po kami sa gastusin po sa araw-araw. Medyo nabawasan po yung iisipin ko po magastusin po sa school, kaya po sa internet, yung pagbabayad po sa pamasahe po nung hindi pa po pandemic at yung mga pambaon ko po sa araw-araw.
After po ng Ondoy, natulungan na po kami ng Chuchi Foundation. Nung wala pa po yung Chuchi Foundation sa amin, pinipilit po ni Papa na maitaguyod kami. Yung income po talaga ni Papa is para lang sa pagkain namin sa araw-araw, para mapunan po yung pambaon sa school.
Yung father ko is hindi man po ganun kataas yung salary. So, yung help po na binibigay ng Chuchi Foundation ay nakatulong talaga.
Hindi lang po ako yung nagpapasalamat kahit yung papa ko. Tuwag-tuwa nga po papa ko yung natanggap po ako sa Chuchi Scholarship eh. Kaya napakalaking tulong po ng financial support ng Chuchi. Lalo na ang mamahal po ng libro. As in po, super mahal po.
Malaki po yung nagbago talaga po. Parang nung una po, nahirap po akong humanap ng baon, pambayad ng project. Yung dati po na kung saan pa po ako hahanap ng pamasahe, ng pambaon, napoprovide na po ng Chuchi yun. Nung naging Chuchi scholar po ako, sobrang dami pong changes. Hindi lang po financially eh. Yung tinuturo po sa amin as a scholar, yung virtue po, yung values, nandoon po talaga eh.
Mas na-motivate po ako mag-aral actually. Para po ako nagkaroon ng sense of responsibility na kailangan maging, bukod sa parents ko, may iba nang magiging proud sa akin. Hindi lang sila mama, pati yung mga nagpapaaral sa akin.
Gusto ko lang pong sabihin po sa Chuchi Foundation na sobrang maraming salamat po sa binigay niyo pong opportunity para po sa akin po at sa kapwa pong scholars.
To Chuchi Foundation, aunties and uncles, I wanted to thank them for not just giving us the financial assistance, but also for teaching us good life lessons na magagamit natin in our daily life.
Thank you po kay Master Cheng yan. Kung hindi dahil sa kanya, hindi ko po alam kung masusustain ko yung pag-aaral ko until college.
Sobrang grateful po ako sa Chuchi Foundation, lalong-lalo na po kay Master Cheng eh. Kasi dumating po yung Chuchi Foundation sa amin na unexpected po talaga. So, tinulungan lang po nila kami during Ondoy, pero ngayon, nandito po ako, kasama ko po sila hanggang sa gumraduate po ako. Kaya po, after ko pong gumraduate, nakatatakmot na po talaga sa isipan ko na mag-give back po ako sa lahat ng tulong na binigay sa akin ng Chuchi Foundation.
Ang mensahe ko po para po sa mga kapwa ko po scholars na sana po hindi po natin makalimutan yung Tzu Chi Foundation po na naging parte po ng pag-aaral natin at ng buhay natin.
We should not also forget na yung help na nabigay sa atin ng Tzu Chi Foundation and to help other students like us, also scholars.
Magtiwala po tayo sa sarili natin na kaya natin kasi walang ibang magtitiwala sa atin sa simula kung hindi tayo lang. At nandyan si Master Cheng at ang Tzu Chi Foundation para mas mahubog pa po yung kakayahan at yung kagalingan na meron tayo. Keep fighting and soar high.
Ang daming pagsubok na dinaanan namin as graduating scholars. Kami yung unang batch ng K-12. Tinamaan din kami ng pandemya. Bago man yung ganong uri ng pagtuturo, na we made it, na natapos namin eh.
Finally, gagraduate na tayo. And kahit ano man yung pagdadaanan natin, alam ko naman na susurvive natin yun kasi tatak Tzu Chi tayo eh. Tzu Chi scholars tayo.
Thank you very much. Hope I was able to share about the scholarship and education assistance program here in Tzu Chi Philippines. Kanan?
Thank you, Sister Peggy. It was indeed a very touching to just to see what Philippines Tzu Chi volunteers have cultivated the love and planted the good seeds to the recipients, and from being a recipient who now become the served, who come back to Tzu Chis and to serve others. And thank you again, Sister Peggy. And now we would like to shift the focus to an affluent countries in Singapore. In Singapore, despite of being a rich countries, there's always a dark side of the city. Poverty, chronic illnesses, economic downturns, and the outbreaks of pandemics had plunged many families into financial crisis, which leads to an adverse impact in the abilities of the parents to sponsor the educations of their children. And let us invite Brother Koo, the head of charities from Singapore, from Tzu Chi Singapore, to present on the implementations of the pragmatic Tzu Chi charity education framework in Singapore. Over to you, Brother Koo.
Okay, thank you, Sister. To our honorable masters, or brothers and sisters from many places of the world, a very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Maybe to participants in Australia, it should be evening now, right? So we have long discussions on the medicines and education missions. So today, on behalf of Tzu Chi Singapore, I'd like to share a bit of, the education through our charity missions. So with the title, Sowing the Seeds of Hope. Okay, just a quick, as the MC has introduced just now, the broad impressions of Singapore is, we are a cosmopolitan city, and then there is harmonious multicultural society, and we enjoy stability in our politics, as well as we have strategic urban planning. Singapore is also a global financial hub. We have resilient economy. Everything's in Singapore. We're talking about a world-class standards. But in Singapore, we have 6 million of population. It is densely populated, and in fact, in the glorious of what we can see in the surface, there are many people in the country which are really suffering. So, and lots of them, they are in the dark corners of the society. In Singapore, actually, in every day, there are 6 people who suffer chronic kidney disease and will have to initiate the kidney dialysis. All right. There are lots of mental health vulnerables in Singapore as well. In Singapore, we are also having rapid aging populations. So can see that, in fact, in Singapore, there are lots of hoarding cases, which is among the worst in the world. Many the elderly, they suffer from loneliness, they stay alone, and they like to hoard up for a sense of securities. So we have lots of suicidal cases also for our youth. So because of all these, dark corners in the society, in fact, Tzu Chi Singapore, we have a lot of opportunities to carry out our charity works. So the charity missions of in Singapore, there are various areas that we could help in the household living expenses of the needies, and most of the needies actually they need medical supports. So we supply them with medical consumables, we support their medical fees, even helped on their medical transportation fees. We have HIV patients as well, or dialysis patients. So today I'm going to share more of what we do in supporting the needies in terms of educations. So I'm not going to talk about our education mission in Singapore, not that the preschools that we have or our youth classes that we have in Singapore, but it's more of the integrations of the educations and charity. So we can say it's either educational charity or charitable educations in Singapore. All right. So yeah. So as a master Cheng Yen says, the hope of a family lies in children, and the hope of a child lies in education. So we all know that education is very important in Singapore. Singapore is a very well-off country whereby the educations are well taken care of by the government. The citizens, they have the privilege to enter the school at a very affordable cost. So in Singapore, providing financial assistance is by Tzu Chi is merely the first step to improve the lives of the underprivileged families, right? So, but we see that education is the cornerstone to break away poverty cycle and to promote social mobilities. So by means to say, a lot of the cases that we help in the educations, their primary assistance is actually on their living expenses. But when we walk into their life, we see there are lots more that we can do to help the children in educations. All right. So this is like planting a seed of hope in the underprivileged family. The Tzu Chi Education Charity Program, in Singapore, it is named the Seeds of Hopes. I think in many countries we have the same name as well, which is to signify the thriving and growing seedlings. It refers to students in underprivileged families as the body seeds that have just sprouted. And this sprout, that survive and stand tall amid the strong winds and heavy rains will one day grow into big trees and provide shades for others. So they are all the hopes of the society, and we need to nurture the seeds of the hope. So that's where the foundations of our education missions is laid on, right? So in Singapore, just let me quickly show the evolvement of our charitable education missions, whereby it changes based on the needs of that time. So basically there are two phases whereby there are two events, financial economics events or downturn that hit Singapore, which is the global financial crisis in the year 2008, and also the recent one, COVID-19, the pandemics. All right. So because of these two global crises, we developed lots of programs to help students minimize the disruptions to their studies due to this crisis. So with aim to keep education uninterrupted amid a financial crisis. So that was in the year 2008, whereby, the global financial crisis hits many countries, including Singapore, and it impacts the disadvantage, even some of the quite well-off families in Singapore, because Singapore is a high living cost country. All right. So you can see, and many of the Singapore people, they live in nice apartments, but in fact, some of them, they couldn't afford having furniture in their house, as you can see in the picture here. And some of them, they just eat rice with soya sauce and very simple dishes. In order to cut down their family expenses, many students, they could not attend school as usual because they don't have money to take public transportations to their schools. So this, and as Master says, when the unfortunate cannot find help, those who are blessed must go to them, right? This is a principle that we uphold. So the Seeds of Hope program was launched in the year 2009, right? This was about 10 over years back. Due to the financial crisis, to assist the students' meal and transportations. And our volunteers visited over 100 schools and thousands of families, to render the assistance to the families in need. In fact, through these projects, we managed to recruit many volunteers, and there are also thousands of students who participated in this program that have been benefited. All right. And most importantly, in our, the missions, inculcating the humanistic values is always as important. All right. So besides from the financial aid, we also organize meaningful activities to instill the humanistic values, such as gratitude and filial piety in students. All right. And always in our Seeds of Hope bursary presentation ceremony, we, showed up to the students about bowing 90 degrees in presenting something to others, as well as teaching the students to have the heart of gratitude towards their parents, as well as to their teachers. All right. So, okay, COVID-19 pandemic, in fact, there is another wave that we really come up with our, programs with a different thinking, especially in, the adoptions of digitalizations in our programs. All right. In Singapore, because of the pandemic, because of the lockdown, so lots of the thing has been converted online. Students, they studied online. So the pandemic itself accelerated digitalizations, and this actually further widened the gap in education resources, because some of the students, they really could not afford to have their, digital devices to further their studies, especially those from low-income families. All right. So the main topics that actually I want to share, I keep looking at my time to make sure that I've got time, is the Tzu Chi charitable education frameworks that we developed during the pandemic. And, it seems like this will become our foundations for our future works in charitable educations. All right. So basically, we have 4 schemes and 4 approaches. All right. 4 schemes being nurturing, mentoring, empowering, and also transforming. 4 approaches. This is very common, the 4 approaches in Tzu Chi charity missions, which is to have wholesome, all right, approaches in terms of personality, taking care of the whole families, whole journey, as well as involving whole teams. Let me start, with the 4 schemes. Nurturing, right? So this is basically to, provide the students with a better environment for them to have, for a better study environment. So in these schemes, in fact, we provide, let's say, to improve their learning environment. Some of the household, the students, they may not have good furnitures for their, in their study room. So we furnish them with the furnitures, as you can see, right? And also buying them digital learning devices or bookstore vouchers so that they can buy more exercise books, or any stationeries they need, or helping the tuition fees. And one thing very special is to provide nutrition supports to the students. In fact, all these students, they can order the nutritious food that they like on our website, so they can have a variety of foods. Then we will deliver the foods based on the order to their house on a monthly basis. So this is all under our nurturing program. And in the mentoring, of course, we mobilize our Tzu Chi youth and Tzu Chi teachers, to provide mentoring sessions or tuitions, either it is online or offline, to the students who are in need. So we have our mentoring with loves, program. Okay, by our Tzu Chi Collegiate Youth Association, or Tzu Chi, that you can see. In fact, our Tzu Chi youth and the students, as well as the volunteers, our volunteers, we all work together, in helping the students. So when we are able to visit them, we have the home visits, being conducted for the tutors or our volunteers, and having a get-together sections with the students. So this will foster better relationships amongst them. And in fact, our Tzu Chi teachers, I'm sorry, it hangs for a while. Let me stop share and reshare again. Okay, so in a mentoring program, we do have our homework support program as well by our Tzu Chi Teachers Associations. So you can see, we are able to conduct these classes offline. And basically, it is just to have our teachers, supporting the homeworks, or letting the student to consult the teachers on the homeworks. So in this program, we also incorporate the teachings of mindfulness or upcycling or even sign language, with the students. So we also have an empowering program, right? Lots of these awards are created, or awards are there for the students to apply in the beginning of the years. Then we will have our assessment criteria for the student to set goals and trying to achieve. And at the end of the years, we have these awards given to them, and these are the monetary awards. All right. So currently, we are working on the transforming program, which is to pave a way for children from the underprivileged families to pursue higher education, so as to boost their career prospects and ultimately, to improve the lives of the families. So very quickly, let me Okay, I'm sorry, you can see this screen again?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, so about the 4 approaches, which is, the imparting wholesome in our works. First is about the whole personalities, right? Apart from the academic development, we have also multifaceted supports provided to promote the children's wholesome development in terms of the physical, mental, social, spiritual aspects. Like for these students, we also bring them to our recycling stations for them to learn about recycling. Whole family. So, this story is some guy that, we are not only taking care of her mom, who needs the the medical supports, all right? And we also look at what are other needs of the families. And we really found that, the children, all right, some guys need to have the charity education supports. So then, we really see what they need. We provided them with, digital devices or tuition fees. So this is the concept of the whole family supports. All right. And then whole team in the Tzu Chi, we have our Tzu Chi youth, Tzu Chi teachers, we have our volunteers. So we get the whole team involved, in our missions, so that volunteers from the different specialties, they can work as a team to provide a holistic support or a comprehensive support to the children of the underprivileged families. All right. So this is a concept of a whole team. The last one is a whole journey. So in the Tzu Chi principle, of course, we would like to journey, the people, the person that we help in the long run. All right. Through the long companionships and untiringly commitments of our Tzu Chi volunteers, we really hope that the children will develop their potentials and their resilience. Eventually, hope that they can become someone who can in turn help others. So the last one, I'd just like to play a video about Wei Lun. This is, students that we start to know him since when he was 3 months old until now he is already 14 years old. So let's just watch this video to see, how is this whole journey concept being implemented to this case of Wei Lun.
Across 这个空间就是13岁的傅伟伦的小天地。
In my study room, I study, revise for exam, and sometimes play game.
Hello， 伟伦。每个月的第一个星期天，家里就会出现慈济志工的身影，这是伟伦从小就习以为常的。So far okay? So far okay 了。So far okay, everyone is okay. 我makan everything is okay 了。伟伦和妈妈与慈济的缘分，要从2008年伟伦出生的那一年说起。
This station really like very bad, because that time Wei Lun father, he really not responsibility with us. I'm not Singaporean. Then not easy to walk in. Then Mr. Chi come to help.
在异乡遇到慈济志工，解决了生活的燃眉之急，这段缘分也持续了13年。
Whatever my problem, they always help me, give me the solution, everything. Be very friendly, really like my family.
Every time the Tzu Chi volunteer come to my house, I feel very happy because I feel that they have people who care about me. So I like that.
在伟伦3岁时，来自印尼的玛丽亚娜跟华裔前夫离婚，独自抚养伟伦。个子高大的伟伦也有着一颗细腻的心，从小就懂得妈妈的辛苦。
When it's more like want to something toss or what, yeah, say like, mommy, I want to buy. Sometimes you go jalan, I hold on, mommy, I no buy. They move faster, like understand my station. Because he's Chinese, I'm Malay. Then one day at the school, one friend said, You have pearl? No. No, my mother. Today he hugged me. So sweet. In front of people like that. So my mother, you know, no meat, no apple.
When I was younger, I know that what my mom has been going through because I know that I cannot change whatever is happening, but I can do a bit by bit to change, to make her life easier. I hope to enter the express stream for next year so my mom can like be part of me.
努力念书成了伟伦的目标，然而因2019新冠病毒的来袭，影响了课业。为了跟上学业进度，2021年3月开始，伟伦参与每2周一次的新芽爱心课辅。
Whenever present, we constant highlight to find the total surface area. The formula is
课辅老师们都来自慈济教师联谊会，给照顾户的孩子补习功课。
他数学还不算是差。OK， 他自己本身自我感觉对于数学他觉得他还是不错的。有时候有一点点问题的话，就点一下，就是这样。所以我基本上是陪伴比较多。
老师的耐心教导，让没有补习的伟伦受益良多。
The teachers are very kind, and then like it gives me more knowledge. Follow the same pace, the same timing as me. Due to that, I improve in my maths. D, then I get B.
我们可以做的就是让孩子们感受到说他需要帮助的时候，有人愿意伸手帮助他。
Wei Lun is receiving the Diligence Awards, Filial Piety Award.
伟伦的努力让他在2021年度新芽力学金颁发典礼中获得肯定。
Happy because I achieved something. It is an encouragement for me.
为了替伟伦庆祝，访视员和摄制团队为伟伦安排了一个惊喜。
She's the first volunteer that I ever met and I can remember. It has been like so long since I meet her or like ever talk to her. Right? Then I feel like very emotional.
开始接触伟伦可能伟伦那个时候才几个月大而已。之前我们都有常常联系，就是因为 COVID 的这个情况，然后这样他们也搬去北区了，也抽不出时间去看他们。Do you know what's your ambition now?
Yeah. Become a police now.
Police are very good. Yes, I think you can do it, 伟伦。加油啊，伟伦！
I treat her as my second mother because she's the one who taught me a lot of stuff, reprimanded me the most. She scolded me, she loved me ma. Yeah, she taught me that too.
因为我也是从穷困的家庭长大的，所以我很理解你唯有靠你自己呢，就是好好的用功读书，你才有办法翻转你的人生。这个是我常常跟我伟伦分享的。
这个我爱你
，baby 到现在都已经10多年了。虽然是说间中都有不同的师兄师姐或者是师姑师伯他们去陪伴他们但是我相信就是因为他们感受到那个爱与关怀然后一直走在的道路上，其实我们都觉得蛮感人的。
I'm very thankful for you guys for loving me, spend your time with me. I'm very thankful for that.
Yeah, with that, it ends my presentation. I'm very sorry that I don't know what happened to my computer today, that it hung 3 times, and also the videos was actually quite laggy. But anyway, still thanks for the opportunity given, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Gu. Before we proceed to the next speakers, let us give a big round of applause to our family members from Mozambique. And I just came to learn that there are a total of 200 participants that came from the Mozambique who joined us today virtually. And next, we're going to have our speaker, Sister Denise, to share with us the missions of education in Mozambique. Over to you, Sister Denise.
Okay, hi. How are you? Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. It's very happy to see you all online. And then although I cannot see you, but I can feel like a special also. Yeah, I talk about our Mozambique brother and sister there, and all the world we meet together here. Okay. Yeah, thank you for giving me opportunity to share. Okay, I would like to share today's how can we learn from Master to transform with wisdom and love. Because you know, I really appreciate that Master talk about we are going to transform Africa, but how we are doing, we are follow Master's guiding every day. And I believe everyone, do you know where is Mozambique? Mozambique is 11,000 miles away and 6 hour time difference between Taiwan, is Mozambique. And then, but unfortunately, Mozambique is the country that really still struggling, and but it's trying hard to grow up. Although our GDP per capita is $414, okay, and more than half of the population live on less than $1 per day. So we are in based on the United Nations declare Mozambique as a world least developed and the 7th poorest country in the world. Okay. And how about our background about education right now? You know, until now, our national literacy rate is 47%. And you can see the difference from male and female is really a big difference. And less than 50% graduated from elementary school, and only 8% have attended high school. It also means that it doesn't mean that they graduate, but 8% has opportunity to attend high school. And then based on the UNESCO data, more than half of Mozambicans are illiterate. And then you can see the women and the men, and 44% of the country's population is under the age of 15. But I think this is a good news, because it means that we are a very young country. And then people still has a lot of opportunity, can change and can learn. But unfortunately, because you know, we have 31 million population. Imagine we have 44% are under the age of 15. So our classrooms are extremely insufficient. So based on this matter, we are learning from Master. We want to do the charity. We want to implement its Master's teaching there. And then we are doing the this compassion, and we are cultivating blessings. But very, very important is the wisdom need to be together. So how we are moving forward together about this. Based on Master teaching, that's why whatever we do, we always remember the education need to be part of our activities. So from the first beginning, I started Tzu Chi Mozambique 2012, the end of the year. And then I appreciate when I meet Master Cheng Yen the second time. Master Cheng Yen gave me the very important guide, saying that it's very important to bring the reach of the spirit to your people in Africa. So me and my husband, Dino Foy, carry this type of mission with us from the first beginning. Whatever charity we do, we never forget about we have to share the master teaching, and we have to share the more value and bring the education into all of us. So charity and education go hand in hand. And since we know that Mozambique population life is still not in an easy stage, so we also remember how the sutra teaching us relieving suffering first, then guide with Dharma. These are very important also as our guideline when we do all the charity there. We see the people are not, life is not easy, but we know more and more people are suffering than them. So while we are give the hand to support, for example, we support food, and then we also try to let to developing the great farm, great love farm, and even we try to also teach them more skill to relieving suffering. But it's important at the same time, we have to guide them with Dharma. For example, what you can see is in our Great Love Farm in Sofala, even in Sofala or in Maputo. Maputo is our capital. And whatever there is the farm there, our volunteers are cultivate their love there. They spend their time and they know the vegetable, the crops they grew up is not for themselves. This is going to offering the hot meal for the community, or we are going to support the beneficiaries about the vegetables or any crop we have. But during the time of resting or after after they finish the farm work, we always bring our Jingsi offering. We always sharing the Dharma teaching with all of them. And I also, because of the high rate of that people cannot read and write, so we also trying to pass the Dharma teaching. We use the local culture. I'm so impressed and I love that so much that we African has that energy and has that talent on singing and dancing. I cannot do that at all, you know, but I always very admire them, has very beautiful voice and a very beautiful body language. And that's why, you know, we are trying to let them understand the Dharma teaching. After that, we are delivering the education, you know, ideas through the drama. And they are so innovative, you know, they have so innovative idea when they put it, the Dharma teaching into the video. Can we please show the video? Then to let everyone see their drama. Thank you. Uh,
在莫桑比克从出生开始说起。
This is in Sofala. Before the distribution, we always have our drama share. This is they are sharing about the Buddha story. Why the Buddha the prince doesn't want to take the seat of as a king. And got the chance to go out of the palace and then see. Oh, you see, the people are so innovative. So this is the car, the Buddha's car. So this is the rural area. And then Buddha saw the people, youngins, the older people, now to understand why the life, what is the truth of the life. So Buddha take out the luxury clothes from the palace and go to the very simple life. Start to realize.
社区志工自导自演，最后还有剧情分析。
Yeah, so you see, they are very, they are really bringing their culture, but also showing exactly the Buddha story, and then educate the beneficiaries before all our activities, all our distribution. Yeah, so this is we have many drama sharing teaching. For example, this is also one of the story from the sutra. The sutra of a poor woman. Everyone can also plant blessings filled by themselves. Talk about the story. They also use the story into the drama. So everyone so enjoy and very impressed. Special, they were play is the local language. Our official language is Portuguese, but special in this moment, I appreciate our volunteer. They also respect the culture and use the local language. So it's very important, the concept that we learn from Master Cheng Yen, saying that everyone has the capability to support, to assist others. Our hand from palms up to palms down. All our volunteer, maybe in the beginning, they are really, the life is not easy for all of them. But now all of them, I always say that they are really the Bodhisattva, they are really like angels, and because all of them are really like what Master Cheng Yen always say, the shiny pearls. Because all of them has the love. Can you see that smile? Can you see their eyes are really full of love? Because all of them is like the firefly. They light on themselves, but also light on the dark corner in the community. So this is they cultivate the farm, and the farm is going to support the community, the hot meal, to help the people to help people orphan, to help elders people, to help the handicapped people. And then also we receive the rice from Taiwan, and this rice bag, they also recycle and sewing in the bag, use our African symbol. We call it kapalana. This clothes and become a very useful shopping bag. And also this is they went to harvest the grapes by themselves, and then they make the carpets by themselves, and then also use the local material, like these are the stones, and then recycle the lines from the rice bag, and then they start to also sell, and then the little amount they sell, they donate it to our international disaster relief, because they understand we receive so many love, the globally Tzu Chi volunteers. Then when any country has a disaster, we also have to pay the love that we have. So all the time they will take the opportunity to continue to contribute their love into our bamboo bank. Yeah, so if some of you are still remember, in 2019 we experienced the very big disaster for us, that this cyclone Idai. And then this cyclone Idai is really hit badly in Mozambique, Malawi, Zimbabwe. But the spatial in the province of Sofala. But these are the disaster. With Master Cheng Yen's teaching, and then the volunteers, unconditional love from Maputo to Sofala, we try to also transforming the life with education. And that is happened, cyclone Idai happened in 2019 March, and then affected 1.85 million people and damaged 500 schools only in Sofala province. We did not count other provinces, but only Sofala. Imagine that over 500 schools has been destroyed. And that moment, we the road broken, and then when we pass by, we see the situation like that. And also, but you know, we appreciate so much that Master Zheng Yan immediately give us the guidance, and then also the international Tzu Chi volunteer arrived in Mozambique and Zimbabwe. And then we start to distribution of the school materials. And because Master always teach us, it's important, let people to go back to the life immediately. This is our short-term emergency relief, to give them the school bag and the school material. So although maybe their school already destroyed, but they can continue study. And then all the distribution, we are educate them that like this, to wash the feet for their parents, for their grandfather, grandmother, and then offer them tea with respected manner, attitudes. These are very important value we try to bring in. It's like never forget about how we grow up, and never forget where are we come from, and also and then pay the gratitude attitude to our parents who always offering us the unconditional love. But still, we finish all the distribution in that many school there. But you can see the school, this is the school still. So we are really appreciate that 55 countries over the world, they contribute their love for us to build the school. So many classroom study like that. And then because of 50 countries Tzu Chi members love, we managed to have that 4 Da'ai village, and then 23 schools. Even you can see now our locals also contribute their land, and we have our great love farm. And more important is we are going to build a school, yes, but it's important we also have to promote that moral value and bring the education system. We call it like building just a hardware, but this teaching, this Dharma teaching, this morality teaching is so important as a software into all the students and the people's mind. So this Jing's offering, and we are showing our Minister of Education, and the minister was so impressed, and even say that, wow, these books, it's very simple but very strong words. It's so good to educate our next generation. Even myself, I want to use the teaching to educate my grandson, granddaughters. And then also wherever we go, and then we always share this offerings to the government officials, and then we try to let everyone understand. And more than that, we are starting this June. We form up. We invited that 23 school. We are building. We invite the school directors and the teachers. We are going to associate. We are going to have our informal association with 23 principals of the school. We are trying to rebuild. So this is the meeting. We are discussing. We are sharing. All the school directors, school principals are very happy to read this aphorism. And not only that, we also use the aphorism teaching into the song. Can we share the simple song with everyone? For example, these are one of the.
Não importa se és bonito, o que importa é seu coração.
This is one of the school principal from the teachers' school, and she's very impressed that we are going to look for the teachers, and we are going to promote the aphorism teaching in all the school. And even we have the drama about the aphorism teaching, and we also have the song and use our local language. The song you just heard is like is talk about that as long as our heart are keeping the kind and love. You look at everything is so beautiful, and so these are the teachings that we are trying to translate into the local language and the local song. We believe that it's so easy to let students, to let our community to remember all this teaching. And not only that, all the school we are going to paint the aphorism on the school wall, and we use the local artist. And this is also the Minister of Education are really very happy to see that. And then all the school director, student, teacher are also very happy for that. So before, although these 23 schools still under construction, but we already start to walk into all the campus to start to sharing with the aphorism with all the teachers and school directors. And this is our plan. We are going to because the COVID, and then we also learn how to share more courses online. And for future, we are going to offer not only the Tzu Chi humanity education, but also the school management, teacher empowerment, class management. We will also pass this type of knowledge to our local teacher and directors. So you can see while we are building the software, is bringing the education, bring the Dharma teaching, and then when they learn, they will change their mindset and change the behavior. We believe the society and school is more harmony. But at the same time, our hardware also is building. This is in the countryside elementary school. And you can, I believe all of us here, we can witness the transformation of the old and new school buildings. So here, really, every time I see that new building, we always very appreciate all the global Tzu Chi members' love. And then I believe that everything we want to transform in, we have to start from education. And the more important is we don't want to give up any chance. We try our best to learn from Master Cheng Yen, and we try our best to watering every seed of destiny with love and wisdom. So I believe each of the child, each of the person, once they receive the education, they receive the Dharma teaching, their heart start growing up with the seed of the love, and then when they grow up, they become the big tree. They also can take care of others also suffering. And we believe this love circle, this good circle is going to be bring a big influence, and it's going to transform our life in Africa. Thank you very much. Today has the opportunity to share. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sister Denise. I'm truly moved by the inspiring stories that share about you from Mozambique. And it is indeed, despite of the scarcities in the resources, but it did not deter the determinations of the local volunteers in the strong advocating of promoting the drama's teaching as well as to instill the Jingshi aphorisms into their day-to-day life. And once again, thank you, Sister Janice. Dear brothers and sisters, let us now gather our sincere heart to listen to Master Zheng Yan's teaching.
6月12号第一次看见他的时候是这样子深挺大肚，在6月14号经过一个又一个的村庄找到他，
看到了印度的那个孩子，最近常常都会看到的那个孩子，只是呢，为了拍摄黄色成佛陀的足迹而发现到的孩子，摄影机扫一下，这是街头现象，只是拍一个街头的生活生态，这样的生态看到了，那里呢有种子，我们就赶快联络啊，去找出这个孩子。很难找耶，但是我说还是要把它找出来。他找了7个村，以这一棵树为目标，那7个村啊，一个一个小村，要找出这个孩子肚子大大，7个村才发现这个孩子他家生活真的是很苦很苦，所以我们呢现在已经把他带出来，要能治疗他的医院呐，就是呢离1000多公里这种往下城要到首都去新德里啦，往下城咱定定伫咧念经典呢，一时不在往下城，那就往下城的人，这个囡仔就是往下城的人，那他要治疗他的病啊，就是要从这里送到那里去，1000多公里。车程要20多个小时，这样很辛苦，他送到医院去治疗，大大的肚子啦，现在呢已经消。
要引流这个事情呢，要把导管插到肾脏里面去，那然后呢再装一个管子，这样我们要把他肚子里的水通通倒出来就是要做这个姿势那这样子呢就尽可能把该排的都排出来之后肚子就扁平了回家之后为了了解他肾脏是不是好的，所以也请他们量每天排尿的量。他左边的肾脏虽然可以滤尿出来，但是它还有一个功能的测定，最后呢测定他只剩下不到5%，把左肾摘掉才是他最好的一个选择最后看到他就是毕业大家真的都很欢喜，大家同心协力每个人做一点点连起来，让这个小朋友未来能够长大，希望他将来都能够受到很好的教育，做一个有用的人。
是啊，过去他的人生忙忙碌 在苦海中，现在呢得救了，肯定的，他可以上学，身体平安，可以接受教育，他也会长大成人。他受好教育，也可以呢走入社会。不过呢，需要的那就是心，要顾好他的心，让这个孩子呢知恩感恩，那有慈济的精神，他也要感恩啊，叫有法度呢，把慈济情拉进他的生命中，他的生命花心立业，愿意呢投入人群，将来为人群付出，这就是布好种子。小树树苗小树大树就可以庇荫在那里呢，很热闹人的地方，让人人可以在大树里乘凉了。这就是庇荫当地王舍成立，就可以几年后啦，就这一颗种子呢成熟的时候，很感恩这两位呢，我也亲自呼吁他们就要投入慈济啦，他们真正的开始。所以呢，爱的能量从小而大，从少而多，所以不断活用。所以说来回馈佛陀的故乡，只要慈济人就地啦，就地发展起来，要翻转佛陀的故乡的穷，要从佛陀的故乡医疗教育呢，让他从小能这样的慈善教育先造福，培养智慧，福慧平行在这里成长。现在我天天都说感恩马来西亚、新加坡的慈济人，听到师父想做的，他们开始就启动去做师父所说，去例行师父想做的，他们呢都去了他们去那里也有几位确诊不过都平安了啦。所以慈济人在那里呢，我天天跟着他们走。我说带着师父跟你们一起去，看到了当地的穷困看到当地人的苦难不舍。不过现在呢，全球慈济人都很关心，每一次在说话，全球连线，科技发达，大家都能了解慈济要怎么做，要如何去回馈佛陀的故乡。 慈济人有什么因缘可以离去呢？去帮助，我们就要及时把握因缘。那真的很多啦，要说的是真多。不过各位菩萨，全球的慈济人也人人要看这说别人的故事，我们要好好的用心听要为自己有福而感恩感恩就要花心造福人间，才能自己有福。不耕种就没有收割的机会。所以要有去耕种，有去种田，才有稻好挂啦。要去撒播种子才有累累的果实啦。所以大家文华启动爱心，启动爱心付出，这就是苦难人得救，菩萨成就。所以行菩萨道，无苦难人就无菩萨人间有苦难呢，才有菩萨成就。所以我们时时都要说感恩感恩菩萨爱的能量汇合，让慈济有人有力可以去帮助天下苦难事事感恩，对人人也要说感恩祝福大家。
感恩 Dhamma Master for the valuable teaching. Brothers and sisters, before we end today's training, let us put our heart and mind together to sing out the prayer songs piously. May our sincere kind thoughts goes out to the affected parents and families, and to pray for our world.
In my heart, I feel deep gratefulness. All my heart is filled with sincere prayer. From all corners of the world, let us join our hearts and pray for a world of harmony and peace. From my I pray, may we join our hands, our hearts as one. Spread the seeds of great love, nurture wisdom evermore, that has filled the world with hope. In my heart, I feel deep gratefulness. May all the Buddhas know and our hate with love. May there be no suffering hereafter.
May our people's hearts be purified, society be peaceful, and the world free of disasters. We have come to an end to today's training. May I have all the brothers and sisters please rise from your feet and put our palms together to pay the respects to Buddhists. You may pay respect to your higher order according to your own religion's faith. First bound, second bound, and third bound. Once again, thank you, brothers and sisters, for joining us the Chichi's volunteer training. And I hope that today's training is a fruitful and perhaps a thought-provoking sections for all of you. 感恩 brothers and sisters.
Yeah.